And I was shown that that Lucifer would return, that the UN and the Vatican were going to be completely behind it, again, under false pretenses. He's going to show up and say, I'm here to save the day, right? And, okay, fine, you know.
Yeah, of course,
ahead,
you can say whatever you want.
But
I've always hated censorship. It's the internet.
Sometimes, you know, once they get you for your first love bite, well, it depends on how aware you are, right?
I forgot my bullets. I never had a gun. Here I am left standing. Am I the only one? For what I see, memories have guilted me. I'll never see the sun.
First of all, as you know, the Anunnaki and the Draco are enemies. Second of all, underneath Baghdad was a stargate that was created by the Anunnaki so that they could transfer from Jupiter to the Earth.
I'll never see the sun. I could just end it all, but the demons will have won.
Magical practitioners that, you know, some are good and some use their magic for good and to heal and to help, and others do use it for evil. And, you know, in some cases, you know, people really were
This is too much sometimes.
From the broken ruins of Babylon, this is End of Days Radio. I'm your host, Daniel, broadcasting to you all the way from that shimmering Emerald City right here in the heart of the Pacific Northwest. Hello, hello. Today's date is Sunday, October 6th in the year of our Lord 2024. Today's guest is Annie Avedissian. Annie Avedissian is not your typical spiritual counselor, energy worker, or paranormal specialist. She was raised in London, England, in a hotel that was actually an intelligence agency safe house. She has learned at an early age what evil is due to being employed by many different people and organizations, both good and evil. Annie is trained in traditional shamanism and uses it for the benefit of others. She is well versed in the never-ending engineering of humanity and is here to discuss it with us today. And before we get to her, I do want to remind you, head over to endofdaysradio.com. From there, you can get an updated schedule. You can grab my email. That's danielendofdaysradio@gmail.com. You can also donate to the show. You can donate via PayPal. You can also donate crypto if you're into that. Definitely appreciate those donations. Please help this show stay on the air. It will always be free, but in order for us to continue to do this show, we need donations. We need to keep the servers up, keep the lights on. Oh man, there's a lot happening out there in the world. We do have quite a bit of stuff to talk about after our guest. But before we get into any of that, let's get this show on the road and let's bring her on. 3, 2, 1. Hello.
Hey, Daniel. How are you?
Doing good. It is good to see you.
Good to see you too, man.
Definitely. How are you doing today?
It's beautiful. Life is beautiful. It's a beautiful fall day. I have a Manhattan in my hand, and life is pretty cool. And I get to meet lovely young men like yourself. What could be better?
Yes, I agree. What could be better? So are you in England?
No, I'm down the road from you a bit. Actually, I'm from England, but I live in Wilsonville, Oregon.
Oh, you're just down in Oregon. Wow.
Yeah, it's just in between Portland and Salem.
Oh, Oh, you're not far from me at all. You're a
No,
member of the Pacific Northwest.
I am. I even have the Columbia sportswear somewhere to prove it. Yeah, I'm definitely local now.
All right. Well, hey, I love it. Are there any favorite spots that you enjoy in Oregon? Are you a beach goer, or do you like the mountains?
I'm a beach goer, but I'm not an Oregon beach goer because I think I got into the water there the first year I got here in July, and I couldn't feel the lower half of my body for 3 days afterwards. I'm more of a warm weather I'm more of a warm weather swimmer. But the thing about Oregon is all of the gentle hiking trails that you can do. And you're going to run into waterfalls, you're going to run into fairies, you're going to run into sprites. I mean, you got to admit, it rains a lot up here, Daniel, but it's beautiful, right?
Definitely. It does rain a lot. Maybe not as much as some think it does, but I know what you mean. Definitely a different type of atmosphere. The beaches aren't really something that people think of when they think of the Pacific Northwest, probably because, like you said, it's rather cold. It's not sandy. It's rocky. Still some beautiful scenery. That little video I play at the beginning of my show, that's one of my favorite beach areas here in the Seattle area. But let's go ahead and get into it. Can you tell us a little bit about your early days, specifically your childhood? I saw in your bio and heard you talk about it elsewhere, but it sounds like you had a pretty interesting upbringing.
It does sound that way, and it always sounds a lot more exciting on paper than it really is when you're going through it. But I was born on the island of Cyprus in the Mediterranean, which was a British colony at the time. And my father and my mother both are, we're ethnically Armenians, are born on the island of Cyprus, which was a British colony. So we were British citizens. But my father wasn't very fond of the whole British colonial thing. And he had some ties with General Grievous' people, which would have been Aoka and basically the Cypriots that wanted to break free from British rule. Anyway, long story, but I'll shorten it. One way or the other, my father was wanted by the British government. And I think a deal was made that he could take his new family and move to England and have a very decent life, a very safe life, that he wouldn't be executed by, the British authorities in Cyprus, provided that he worked for them in his capacity as, he was a brilliant demonologist. You call it a bloodline shaman is really what he is. And when people think about shamanism, they think about the wise woman of the village, the wise man of the village, herbs and midwifery and all of that. And there's many different types of shamans. My bloodline doesn't come from that shaman bloodline. We don't do midwifery. We're the type of shaman that stands next to the king and helps the king figure out a way to obliterate his enemies. So clearly we knew that my father was compromised, but he did have a young family, and that's how we ended up in London. I was a babe in arms, and that's how I grew up in London. And I had, to all intents and purposes, a pretty normal life, except that one of the deals that was made with my father is that my intuitive senses would be developed and that I would be of use to the British government. So that's the beginning story.
Was that deal made because you were from this bloodline?
Yes. I mean, you're only because you're useful.
So I do hear, being a person that's into true topics, conspiracy, fringe topics, there's a million different words to describe this sort of weird stuff that I cover on my show. But I hear the term bloodline come up quite a bit. Some will say bloodlines don't matter, but it seems that they do. It seems that for the elite, that bloodlines are just about everything.
They are. And it shouldn't just be for the elite as well. There's a thing with the bloodlines. Not everybody has to have, not everybody has to be ethnically pure. I mean, look at America, the wonderful experiment in this world. But the reason that shamans, either the good ones or the bad ones, and these elites reincarnate into the same bloodlines is very simply because it's easier to access all of the genetic information and the wisdom that is within that bloodline and that bloodline's agenda. Because you can reincarnate into any bloodline you want anywhere in the world. But if you are part of a group of sociopaths, of what they are these days, that needs to keep incarnating to keep a very, very long-term mission going, such as total solar system domination, then you will choose to go back into that bloodline because the unfolding and the remembering of the mission is easier. I hope that made sense.
Definitely. I think that this probably has to do with the way that these secret societies and elite families also hoard knowledge, because they've, from what I can tell, they've gone out of their way to erase history, burn books, destroy artifacts using religion and various other means, social change. And it seems to me that they do this because they want to be the only ones that have this knowledge. And if there is some kind of reincarnation hack that they're using, that makes it make even more sense to me.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there is a reincarnation hack that they're using. I'm not sure that I can explain it in any meaningful way that would make sense, because it's very difficult to get a back door to the way that reincarnation works in this solar system, that works on this planet. But we will just say, obviously we're not conspiracy theorists. Obviously we're people who pay attention. And these people, they only want one thing, and that is to treat this planet as their private corporation, and to use us as their labor force, and to use the resources as their inventory. And on this particular planet, the faction of the Reptilian Empire that started all this came a couple of 100,000 years ago, and started to make them, we all know that our history is not what we think it is. We didn't just suddenly start with Sumeria or whatever. So, these blokes, they came, and women too, of course, they came, a couple of 100,000 years ago or so, let's just call it in antiquity. And they were the faction that was given, you got to franchise planet Earth. It's like, one of these sandwich shops or burger joints. We want this planet in our franchise. And they very rarely go over and take in total domination, especially a couple of 100,000 years ago. There weren't that many people here, really. So they go in, they make themselves useful, and reptilians are very technologically advanced. And so they started this process of colonizing Earth a very, very long time ago. So this whole Illuminati thing isn't an 18th century thing. And it didn't happen immediately after JFK was, Senior was murdered. This has been an agenda for a very long time. And you would think that by now we humans would have figured it out.
Are these elite families, are they reptilian hybrids?
Most of them, I'm just going to have to say they're very human. Yes, but they're very humanized now. The reptilian families that really run the show are all off-world. Any of them that remain here. I know people say they've seen shape-shifting. I too have seen that. But this whole thing that they are shape-shifting reptilians, like Soros is a shape, it's not true. These people are actually human. They have had their genes altered. But I think most of that, from what I understand and from my experience, is in them doing the things that it needs to take to elongate their lives, to lengthen their lives. So I don't think there's a whole bunch of shape-shifting reptilians running around on this planet. I think that the vast majority of the people who serve these families are now humans. There are just a handful of your shape-shifting reptilians. That's my experience.
They probably got bred out over the years, and that's why they want to intermarry into the blue blood families, because they want to preserve that genetic information or whatever special abilities that have you heard of this whole RH negative blood thing? I'm sure it's got to be related.
Oh, the rhesus negative people are off-worlders. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, there seems to be another species out there, and these RH negative bloodlines or blooded people, they seem to be related to them. Maybe.
Well, I'm rhesus B negative. One of the rarest blood groups for females. I'm pretty sure I'm human. I really can't speak to that. That would require a lot more scientific knowledge than I possess, but it doesn't intuitively feel right to me.
Mm-hmm.
That, you know,
something feels off about it.
Right. But I mean, here the other thing is that there are no native humans on Earth. I'm going to try and be articulate. I'm only halfway through my cocktail, so I think it'll be okay. You know, when Earth was populated by off-worlders, it wasn't one of the original experiment planets where life forms were allowed to develop or certain life forms were placed and manipulated. Earth is one of those planets where, you know, thousands of years ago, I like the term in antiquity. You know, Paladians from the Lyran constellation were out and about scouting for minerals and bitumen and strange things that they needed for whatever reason. And they came across all those things that they needed on Earth, but there was no population. So rather than ask for permission, because there's always a bureaucracy, even, you know, in the Pleiades, there's a bureaucracy. Rather than ask for permission, they just went ahead and started drilling. And then they found, because they thought it's a lot easier to ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission. And they found that there were certain things that they needed humanoids to do that they didn't want to do. So they brought what I would call a second dimensional race over, not as a slave race. A deal was made. And they brought these humanoids over. And they did all of the grunt work and the deep work. And when these particular Lyrans were busted for mining without a license, so the legend goes, they weren't going to leave these humanoids around. I mean, they weren't going to kill them. They were conscious beings. So they just left them behind and got in their spaceships and left. Those are the people in our shaman lore, in our shaman knowledge. Those are the people that are our cave dwellers, are the origins of human life on this earth. I can expand on that a little if you want, or you can. Shall I expand on that?
These Pleiadians, are these the same group of aliens that sometimes abduct people or contact humans today?
The Paladians on the whole, I'm not saying there isn't a bad part of town in the Pleiades, but the Paladians on the whole are highly evolved beings, and they don't have any agreements with us to do genetic stuff. That would be the Zeta Reticulans, who did have agreements with humans. So no, it's not those. It's not them. These Lyrans were perfectly decent people, but you know they left those things there, and then okay, you know what will happen? Well, in time, I mean, permission was given for other races to visit and colonize Earth. When they got to Earth, they found that the only people there were what we would call cave dwellers. They couldn't speak. They could grunt. They didn't have individualized pineal glands. So it took them a few thousand years, but they started to introduce superior DNA until they put the light in their heads and they became third dimensional beings. That is the shaman story of the creation of life on this planet. And then other races came from other planets and started to colonize, which is why we all look different. I really, it's because I'm not a scientist, but I don't buy into we all started in Africa and then walked to Scandinavia and became blonde and blue-eyed theory. Just, it doesn't work for me. Anyway, that's my story of how humans got onto this planet.
The Zeta Reticuli, are those the grays?
The little grays. Yes. Little grays.
Okay. Yeah, because I recall there was a very interesting website about, I don't know if it's still around, but I remember looking at it a good 25 years ago. It was called zetatalk.com, and it was a person, I believe, channeling Zeti Reticula, and there's some pretty interesting information on that webpage. You know, like a lot of channeled information, you get into it and you wonder, oh man, this sounds very scientific and true, but where the heck did it come from? So that's kind of an interesting connection right there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've done a little bit of research into them. I don't really have a lot to do with them. I do on occasion talk to extraterrestrials, but the little greys have not been something that I've had personal decisive contact with. And they're not all bad. I mean, as people seem to think that they're a dreadful little race of beings. That's not my experience from talking to people who have worked on that type of project.
Is it true that they are slaves of the reptilians?
No, I'm going to give it a blanket no on that, because it's not just like one planet, and you know, there's a whole bunch of little greys that live around the place, and I won't discount that there are certain factions that may be under reptilian domination, because there is a faction of reptilian. Not all reptilians are bad. There's actually a reptilian renaissance going on, but the faction of the darker reptilians is very, very difficult to stand up against. But in my experience and understanding, no, as a whole, they are not slaves to the reptilians. They're simply trying to stay alive because they lost the ability to reproduce naturally. I don't think anyone's sure or whether they've shared with us why that happened, but it makes it very difficult to reincarnate into a clone because the empathy portion isn't there. And when I was working for these organizations that didn't exist back in the day, the understanding very much was that there was a Roswell incident, but the Zeta Reticulans did have soul contracts, pre-birth agreements with certain humans, and those humans would donate willingly either sperm, eggs, or whatever else biological matter was needed, so that the little greys could learn how to reproduce naturally again, because their men were shooting blanks and the women were not producing anything, obviously. So that's the official story behind that. And an approach was made to the US government by the Zeta Reticulans for... Nobody's ever going to know the truth on this because it's been buried and, under so many layers of military stuff. We're never, ever going to get to the bottom of it unless you can channel directly from the Akashic records. But the official story very much is that the little greys did approach the American government because it was the right thing to do in terms of, diplomatic protocol. And they said, can we talk to the people? These are the people we have soul agreements with. Can we talk to them? We'll just get their body fluids and whatever, and we'll bugger off and you'll never see us again. But then the American government held them hostage. Initially, they had agreed that they would trade cloning technology and allow the little greys to do what they did. Story goes that they did actually capture 2 of the greys, and the third got away and went back to wherever it needs to be. And then Earth had to be reviewed. We do have Zeta Reticulans in Earth. We do have them in underground bases. That is correct.
I've heard that some of these movies like E.T. the Extraterrestrial, Flight of the Navigator, several other ones, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, are actually based on some of the early alien encounters, and like you were mentioning, the government having a specimen of some type and maybe one of them getting away. I'm not sure about that stuff, but what do you think of that? The idea that some major Hollywood movies are actually based on real alien encounters?
I don't doubt it at all, because all mythology is based on a grain of truth. Everything's based on some legend somewhere. Someone takes an idea, something that they've read, it could or could not be true, and then they'll weave it into their story, because that's all we're doing, isn't it, Daniel? Telling each other stories.
Yes, I think that there's some major truth to that. Mythology, especially when you were talking about earlier, the mining, it made me think of Sitchin and the Anunnaki and all that, and the legend or whatever was written, the mythology that they wanted humans to mine gold for them.
Yeah, but it wasn't. When they say humans, it wasn't Earth humans. You know, back in the day, they had to bring our cavemen from somewhere else. I've read a couple of Sitchin's books. I'm aware of his story of Enki and all of that. It doesn't resonate greatly to my friends on the other side, which is very interesting. I think he's got, like all of us, we all think we know something, right? I think he's got certain parts of the story right, and then other parts are possibly lost to legend, just like everybody else's story, I guess.
Yeah, that's kind of been my feeling about it. That and how could you not? I mean, especially if you're one of the first people to kind of break this whole thing open, you're going to get a lot of stuff wrong. There's probably a lot of misinterpretation, mistranslation. I know a lot of people feel that the idea of like nuts and bolts, UFOs and spaceships, like maybe it was like an interdimensional thing, maybe portal, something like that. It seems like when aliens do show up, their technology is so advanced that they can just appear, disappear, turn on a dime and go a million miles an hour. I've actually witnessed it myself a time or two. These ships just, fly really fast, stop, and then just go in the complete opposite direction. And you would think whatever inside would be flat as a pancake after that, but apparently there's some technology that can kind of shield them from the effects of gravity and things like that. Definitely very advanced technology. Have you ever seen any of these UFOs firsthand?
I have. Back in the UK, we up by the border before Scotland, up Northumberland way, that way. There was a tremendous hotspots for UFOs there that we used to go and see. I've actually astrally been on one of the larger motherships. I have a friend who has a very good relationship with Commander Hatton, who is part of Ashtar's galactic command up in the solar system. And these boys, they use our moon as their rest and recreation area. Because the moon, it does act as our moon, but it's not a planet. It's a repurposed space station. And I stand by that, no matter how ridiculous it sounds. So where was I? Yeah. So, I can't physically, because I'm a little chubby, little middle old woman in a human meat body. I don't vibrationally, I cannot get onto one of these ships, but maybe one of the shuttles, but not the motherships. And I mean, Daniel, if you could see these ships, I mean, maybe you have, they're biological, they're alive. They have their own consciousness. And the first time I went up on one, I was overwhelmed, completely overwhelmed, and I was in complete astral form. And I must have projected myself there because I had a very bad day. I was having a very bad day. It was a long time ago, but very bad day. And I found myself on the spaceship, and they're being polite and showing me around and everything. And I just couldn't believe the size, the scope. And I remember turning around to the chappie, and I said, "This is magnificent. Why is it all in battleship gray?" And he looked at me and said, "It's not. It's a multitude of rainbow colors. You can't see them because you're human."
Oh.
So, I mean, I got onto the ship, so kudos to me, but I couldn't see the colors. They're magnificent. I mean, you can't even, some of the big ones, some of the really big ones, they're the circumference of a small planet. There are actual civilizations that exist just going from star system to star system.
Oh yeah, there's the Phoenix Lights. That was a ship that was the size of, I think, a football field or a couple of them. I myself saw one that it was off in the distance, but it looked football field size at least. Yeah. I also have friends that have seen these giant UFOs that are just like the size of a Star Destroyer from Star Wars, or bigger than the Starship Enterprise. That really shocks me, hearing about those especially large ones. I actually saw one that was a little too small, like it was about the size of a Volkswagen Bug, and I had the opposite idea of it. I was wondering how the hell it could be so small. Like whatever aliens are in there must be the size of little Keebler elves or something, because it just didn't look big enough to fit anybody inside it. But then I thought, okay, maybe it's some kind of drone. maybe it's robotic. There's a lot of possibilities there. It could be bigger on the inside, kind of like the whole Doctor Who thing.
It could be. Yeah, it could also be alien pizza delivery drone. You're right. Yeah, you never know.
Yeah, who knows? It might have been just something that had some sensors on it or something like that. But I want to bring our first panel member on here, and it's actually Robbie Marx, who's been on the show before. Hey, Robbie.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going good.
Hey, good to meet you, Ani.
You too, Robbie.
Did you have any questions or comments for our guest today?
Yeah, a couple of the things. I mean, from a lot of what I've read and been told, a lot of what you're saying really jives with a lot of other angles I've looked at. I've got two kind of questions. One is, are these Zeta Reticuli? I've been told that these Zeta Reticuli are actually time travelers, and they're essentially us from the future that have come back to try to re-engineer themselves to be able to breed. This is the reason I've been told why they can't interbreed, is because of what they've done to themselves in the future. And then the second thing I was wondering about was, what can you tell us about how much these reptilian or these serpentine bloodlines tie in with serpent and dragon worship?
Yeah. So the Zeta Reticulum question, the first one, that does not resonate at all.
No.
With me, and I have no lore, LORE, on that at all, and it just doesn't resonate. And heaven, that's one heck of a diet we went on. We're going to end up looking like that. And as for the reptilians and dragon worship, I could speak for hours, perhaps, but I mean, really, I just want to put it down to that. We all know here in this group that aliens and angels and demons have all been mixed up over time.
Right.
And so there's only one or two, there's only a couple of factions of the reptilian empire that are still like the orcs in World of Warcraft, strength and honor and no surrender and all of this. And they have that particular mindset. With the rest of the reptilians, there has been for some decades now the beginning of a reptilian renaissance. So with the dragon worship, it is, of course, perfectly natural to assume that they had shown up in their dragon forms, which, if you've actually seen one of the darker Dracos and felt its energy, it could kill you just simply from its energy. So there's no doubt, it's very reasonable to assume that they were mistaken for actual deities, when really what they are is extraterrestrial beings. Right. And primitive man would certainly worship something with such power that freezes your spinal fluid. It terrifies you so much.
It makes me think of the devil himself. He's often called the dragon or the grand dragon or something of that nature. Is the devil one of these reptilians?
No. Okay, from my bloodline point of view, which is one that I resonate to, I don't talk about anything that doesn't resonate. There was this archangel, and his name was Lucifer, bringer of light, Lucifer. Archangels are the primary expression of source energy. There was just the pool of infinite consciousness, which we call the islands of paradise, where nothing that we understand happened in there, but it was just the pool of divine consciousness. When Creator, for want of a better word, decided to expand, and it drew little dots so it could make a little circle around itself, that primary expression of itself was what we call the archangels. So that would be the first time that the Creator saw itself outside itself. Very powerful beings, clearly, because they're Creator in action, a different CIA from the one that we have, right? So and everything was great, the process of creation, they created more angels and blah, blah. One day somebody woke up and hit their head on a thought form and went, aha, our thoughts make planets. And then the physical creation started. And I'm going to Lucifer with this. So what happened then is, after a while, when Lucifer had all this genetic material to play with, he got rather excited and started modifying beings. For example, what would happen if I put a horse's ass on the head of a man? Like we were discussing earlier, there's always a grain of truth in mythology. It's always built from something true. So the story goes that Lucifer was not evil, but he kind of became enamored with his own mad scientist experiments. And the thing is that he didn't run it by the realms of angels and by Creator. All co-creation is done by running things by source energy. He decided that since he had genetic material to play with, he didn't need God. He didn't need creation. And when it got noticed that he was introducing a vibration that was unfamiliar because it broke the beauty of harmony, all the other archangels got together and said, look, Lucifer, Lou, baby, this is not good. You didn't run it by the boss. People are crying. People are suffering. What is this thing you're doing? And blah, blah, blah. And he was cast out of heaven and all of this stuff. But the vibration that he created remains, the terror and the fear. There is no devil. There is Lucifer and his succumbing to his own ego, which was an amazing feat because ego programming hadn't even been created then. And then there is what they call Satan, which is the alter ego, your ego programming. There's Lucifer, who we equate with the devil, and then there's Satan, which is a human being not living in alignment with divinity. I hope that made sense.
Definitely. Did you have anything else, Robbie?
Oh, no, I'm just taking it all in.
Alrighty, let me know if you have anything else. So, Annie, you mentioned earlier that your father was a demonologist.
Mm-hmm.
So, I guess my question would be, because a lot of people out there, a lot of Christians especially, they believe that alien abductions are actually a demonic experience and some type of deception. Is there anything that you would like to say to those people to clear things up?
Yeah, I mean, the whole arena of demonology fascinates me because I could just say there's no such thing as a demon. It just depends on what you think it is. It's just stories that we have told each other. I have the greatest respect for Emmanuel, Jesus, whatever. I'm not a Christian. I mean, I'm not any religion. Clearly, divinity is far too big to contain in one thing. The thing that demons were created as a story, just like everything else was created as a story that served a purpose. So if you really want to know the entities and the energies that go with the Luciferian stuff, the demonology stuff, look no further than what we call the 7 deadly sins. Okay. Demons are energies that are created on multiple levels, everything from a little tiny gnat, like a little tiny fly that's a low-level assorted energy parasite, all the way up to huge captain demons that you never want to face, because these things were created out of pain, out of terror, out of, non-harmony. So when you're plagued, and this is my job, this is what I get every day, when you're plagued by demons, it's very difficult to really ascertain what it is that you're plagued by. If you're plagued by noises in your head, voices in your head, are you on a medication that's creating these noises, these voices in your head? Is there an opposite to God? Is there an opposite to Creator? No. There can't be. Otherwise, God isn't absolute. So there can't be an opposing force to God. So Lucifer and the demons, clearly they all came from God. Would God create demons? No, God does not create imperfect things. So we have to follow the process of cosmic creation. And all of the shitstorm started when we had genetic material to play with. So Lucifer broke the contrast. So now there was contrast. And somebody would have done it if he hadn't. So now we had a contrast to play against. And now we understand what it is to be comfortable, what we understand it is to be uncomfortable. When we are uncomfortable, it's almost as if we're an open portal. We're allowing our energy to be an open portal for all types of demonic energy, but don't think of like demons like that. Depression, confusion, internalization, being a victim, feeling like you're a victim of the world. These things percolate your energy in such a way that they will draw similar feelings. Like attracts like, right? And you can actually create those little demons yourself. There's everything from low-level intelligence demons all the way up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 levels, whatever, all the way up to individualized demonic entities that have been here since antiquity, since Lucifer's rift. It's not such an easy subject.
What about hauntings, like things being thrown across the room and stuff like that? Is that coming from ourselves?
No, ghosts are real. I've got modesty forbids me from showing you my scars, but ghosts, when they're real, when you die, when your mortal body dies, your soul spark wraps itself up in the chakras, the aura, the light body. A portal opens up, and you do the Doctor Who thing, woo, and you go all the way to your correct place in heaven. If for any reason you don't take that portal and you decide to stay behind, then we call you a ghost. We call you a spirit when you're on the other side. If you've spent a lot of time as a ghost, you can learn how to manipulate solid matter and throw stuff around. But that's not a ghost that just died the other day. That's somebody who's been here quite a long time and has figured out a few things.
When you astral project, do you see ghosts?
Well, I don't need to astral project to see them.
You see them anyways.
That's my job. I'm a paranormal activity specialist. That's my job, to go in and see things that are not there. You don't call me for the things that you know and you can see. You call me for the things that you can't see. So I don't need to be astrally projected. The only time you astrally project is when you need to see something that your body can't, something far away that you can't physically take your body to.
Let's go to Jonah. Hey, Jonah.
Hey, what's good? I might be, I actually just clicked on something, so I might be freezing for a brief moment here while it opens. And, no, sorry. My first question, and which kind of listening to you speak about the demons kind of threw all the other shit that I had in my mind out the window. I was wondering because what's the best way to word it? But so as far as like the tree of death, the Kalipa or the Kalipath, how would you explain that as opposed to being like it wasn't created by the creator, but would that be like the energies that were created by Lucifer? Would it be the energies that are created by us throughout our negative experiences, etc.? Or do you have much
I'm sorry, so what is this
versus like Kabbalah, etc.?
So what is this tree of death that you're referring to?
Oh, Kalipath. So it would be like the opposite of the Kabbalah tree of life.
Oh, okay.
So it'd be like when they're inverted. So I don't know. It just sounds like you don't have much experience with it. So never mind with that question.
No. I don't have much experience with it because it's if it's an inversion of the truth, then it's not a creation. It's an inversion of truth.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. But because if you study sabotage heavy, you really get into that stuff or Valerian and Kabbalah, and that's kind of where they all come up with this, right? But next question, bloodlines. when you're talking about the Zetos or Zetas or I don't know, I'm kind of dumb with names. But the one thing that jumped out with me was, the Xeno bloodline out of Venice. Now, let's be honest. Sometimes they invert letters, invert sounds, etc. Is there a possibility that the Zeto or Xeno from Venice would be the same bloodline? Would be a inverted, just possibly a bastardized bloodline, an offshoot, whatever you want to call it.
I don't in this day and age, I don't discount any possibility. And the humanoid DNA is, I do believe, rather like blood type O. Most ETs can use it if they need to. So I don't discount any of that. Yeah.
Yeah. Other than that, I had a few other things, but they kind of went out the window as you continued to speak. So I'll just jump off and, oh, wait, I did have a question that I put in the chat there.
Oh.
When you said Emmanuel.
Oh, yes. Sorry, that's what we call Jesus.
Could you explain the Emmanuel of Jesus Christ? What was the comment you made there? Because that kind of threw me off, and I was like, "Oh, what the is she talking about?" Yes, I lost my language for you, so I don't know.
All I said was, sorry, love. Yeah, all I said was, I'm not a Christian, or I don't belong to a particular religion, but in our culture we call him Emmanuel, but it's Jesus. He's highly revered as, I do not believe he is the one special Son of God. And nor does he. But, he is what we call from the Christed consciousness. So I'm not bashing him, if that's what anyone thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. I've never heard the name Emmanuel, so I'm trying to figure out where that came from, like which culture, etc. Or
I think it was from years ago at school. My Hebrew teacher would always call him Emmanuel.
Okay. Yeah, that's something I never heard of. So that kind of I was like, wait, what's going on with that one name? It's always interesting because the one thing with all of my research that I find is that, they always change the name. They always change a few letters, or they change one letter. And then I do a lot of research on Janus and Ionis. And then if you go back to Roman, the J didn't exist. So it was the I. If you don't have all the names or you don't have all the information, you're kind of going down a tunnel without a map, so to speak, going to get lost in the maze.
Yeah. But it's interesting. It's been the same agenda.
Yeah, but I'll drop off again.
All right. Thank you, Jonah.
Thank you, Troublemaker.
So I wanted to get into this work that you do a little bit more. Are these haunted houses that you're recruited to take care of?
Yeah, you would call me if you have a paranormal activity, a haunting, whatever it is that you think, or whatever is the energy in your house. If there's something in your house that is preventing you from moving forward, or if you get suddenly everyone's getting sick, or you just call me to clear the energy. But I'm a specialist in the darker stuff. So I will get called in because of my experience with the darker stuff. You can call me in for anything. There's multiple reasons for a house to be blessed. Like when you sell a house or when you buy a house. But yeah, if people knew how common ghosts were, they'd flip out.
What causes a ghost to haunt a place? Is it a traumatic death like we sometimes hear about in media?
Yeah. Well, I said, let's start with what causes a ghost not to go to the other side. Because the portal is always there. It always opens. So if you decide not to go, I've heard everything in my time. Say, for example, that your body is saturated with drink or drugs. I don't mean a couple of Manhattans. I mean like slaughtered, You're not going to know you're dead.
Like a real overdose, like a Heath Ledger thing.
Yeah, 6 Manhattans. You're not going to see the portal, and that can happen with certain prescription drugs or overdoses, etc. Sometimes people's personalities are just incredibly ego-driven, and I've heard, well, I'm not going because I know my wife is having an affair, and now I can finally find out who. And then it's also people that say, oh, I don't want to go to heaven, I'll be judged, because they believe God is judgmental. There's any reason that can stop them from anything that you as a human can think of. Because when you die and you're still in your ghost form, it's still you. You haven't gone to heaven. You haven't done a life review. And you're not a better person. You're just you as the moment that you died. And so hauntings are, people don't really haunt a place. You know, a haunting means they're attached to a specific place. And that can happen if you died in your house and you never want to leave. That's quite a common one. Okay. Or, you know, if for whatever reason, you know, if you're a ghost, it's like being on an acid trip. You can't interact with everything and everything's going weird. So you're going to go and find other ghosts. So you're going to go and find a place where a lot of ghosts are hanging out. You know, people say, oh, I have a ghost. You go, there's like 100, but you don't tell them. You just tell them all to go home. But, you know, that's what ghosts are all about. They need to go home. You can't be here if you don't have a body.
Speaking of acid trip, have you ever experimented with psychedelics like LSD or perhaps ayahuasca?
Both. I can see why the Terence McKenna generation enjoyed their LSD. I can see that there's a place perhaps for micro doses of LSD to help people understand there's more to life than this, than the grind. I'm not a fan of them outside of microdosing and controlling, because people don't have a sense of themselves to begin with. And you're exploding the pineal gland and letting them see all sorts of things, which may or may not actually be there. It's too much for them to handle. I've done a couple of LSD trips. I didn't particularly enjoy them. I get a better buzz through a deep breath meditation. And the ayahuasca was interesting because I was supposed to be throwing up all the time, apparently, but I never did. I don't like to think that people who don't have a meditation practice shouldn't go and do these things just to have a breakthrough. It's too much. Ayahuasca can it can be like breaking the dam, and all the water floods and all the people in the villages are going, you know. That's my feeling on these things. You have to.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like I was like really into it when I was younger, like post high school. Like a lot of my high school buddies were, oh, we want to trip on acid. Oh, next weekend we're gonna do a bunch of E, or we're gonna do this or that. It was kind of the thing that we did, and you know, that continued for a number of years, like into my early 20s, and you know, tried ayahuasca and mescaline and all this stuff. And I actually had to stop because I was starting to have from what I could tell, were actual psychic experiences, and they were completely out of control. And I hate to admit it, but I actually stopped for a fear-based reason. It was just too intense, you know, much like what you described. It was too much information and too much reality or non-reality or whatever it was, just flowing into me all at once. And I decided I've done enough for a lifetime, and I don't really ever need to do it again.
No, you're right. It's not for everyone. And, you know, it ruins lives. You know, well, MK Ultra was, I think he bought up all of the LSD. Gottlieb bought all the LSD in the world to use in MK Ultra because he knew that nothing would F up someone's mind faster than massive doses of that.
Yeah, that's something we can't ignore, that these bad guys, these people that create the think tanks and the manipulation programs and the mind control, they use LSD, and they've probably used a lot of other drugs and done things that we don't know about. The only reason we do know what we do know is because of the Freedom of Information Act. But they were dosing people with LSD. They had no knowledge that it was happening. It was against their will. They weren't even given that choice, and they were having bad reactions.
Yeah, and they knew nothing about dosage, and there was absolutely no oversight at all on any of those programs. It was an absolute blank check and a free for all. And it wasn't just confined to America either. You know, we took it abroad, you know. I'm glad that my psychedelic experiences are in the past. Don't want them anymore. Thank you. I'd much rather have a Manhattan.
Oh, Dave Sara, my Armenian friend, is he says, "Let's hear it for the Armenians, baby."
Yes, but by way of Cyprus, London, and Oregon. But we're here. Thank you.
So, have you ever had any of these ghostly experiences? Were you ever sent into a haunted house where it was just too much to handle, or have you always been able to find some sort of resolution?
I've walked out a couple of times, regrouped, and went back in. But I'm 65 and I've been clearing property since I was 19. And my first clearing experience was formative. And I learnt never to be afraid of anything otherworldly ever again after that. I was barely 20 years old, and we were called to a place in Wales. I'll just leave it there. Wales, as part of, the United Kingdom of Great Britain. And there was a live satanic circle there that had been there for a good few hundred years. And clearly people were still using it. And we were sent in to clear it. But the energy, after finding it, because it was very difficult to find, the energy in that ramshackle barn area where it was horrendous. None of the men wanted to go in. So it was decided that I would go in because I'm a young female. I'm 19, and also because I was pure, and I'm sure you can figure out what that means. And also because I was unafraid. And I think a lot of that was because I was not experienced. And so I went in to clear that. And while all the boys were anchoring the property on the outside, and I had a formative experience with what I can only describe as a very high level actual captain demon who appeared in the circle. I stepped into the circle. Don't ask me why. I was 19. So I stepped into the circle and started to do my ceremony because I'm young and stupid. And this being appeared to me, and the stench was revolting. And I had a conversation with it, which sounds surreal, but what else are you going to do when you're in a live satanic circle with this being? And I don't remember too much of it. I made a note. It's in my logs. But I remember saying, before you kill me, because I was so cold I couldn't move. I said, before you kill me, could you tell me why you hate us so much? Because, he was pouring venom about us. Humans are this and humans are that. And ultimately, this is the formative moment of my life. This is why I was able to go forward and do what I did in my life. I very much got the impression that he hated us because he believes we were born in God's grace and that we have every advantage and we shit all over it. And he believes that he was born outside of grace as part of the Luciferian experiments. And I figured out that all he wanted was acceptance and I guess a cuddle, which I didn't cuddle. And I thought, that's it. It's been a lovely life. Goodbye. But he left the circle. He looked at me and he left the circle. And the stench went away and the energy calmed down. And I pretended to my 19-year-old self that nothing had happened. And I gave the shout that I was going to restart the ceremony. And we cleansed the place. It has to be done in a specific way. You can't do it on your own. And then a couple of gentlemen from the fire brigade were gracious enough to scorch the earth that we had been on. And that happened on my first real clearing. And I'm very glad it did. Because ultimately, I knew it, even at 19 years old, beyond all shadow of doubt, all anybody wants is to be loved and accepted. That's my story. And that's what started my career.
How about telepathic communication with other humans? Have you ever experienced that?
I'm not very good at that. But yes, when I'm with a good medium, somebody who is telepathic themselves, I can feed off that rather well. But I believe that, a few hundred years from now, we'll all be there.
Do you often work with other mediums?
No, only if they call me in. Generally, when people have a problem, paranormal problem, they may not know that someone like me exists, so they will call a medium. And a medium can go in and talk to all the entities, but they don't necessarily know how to clear it. So then a medium would call me and bring me in on the project. So I've met quite a few that way. And so I know who's good and who's mediocre. I've had a lot of experience with that.
Gotcha. I wanted to ask you about a particular name that drives some people crazy, and that would be Donald J. Trump.
Yes. What would you like to know about him?
Just your general opinion of him. A lot of people seem to believe that he's gonna fix everything. Others believe that he is part of the problem. What's your take on that?
Okay. My take on that is very objective. It really has all to do with a shaman's vision of America. And America has a sacred purpose to lead the world in our version of one world government a few thousand years down the road. It is a place where people come together and move to a spirit-centered humanism, as opposed to falling prey to all these religions that can divide and conquer them. Now, that said, America is very important to someone like me who has vowed to give my life in defense for it, if necessary. Donald Trump, love him or hate him, I kind of like alpha males. They're fun to be with. Donald Trump has a soul contract. And the soul contract was that if it got to the point in his lifetime that America really came in under danger of falling to New World Order, which is pure Luciferian control, then he would step in, no matter how well things were going for him, and he would do what needed to be done. And that's exactly what's happening. That's all that's happening. He's not doing this necessarily for self-aggrandizement or whatever, because, I mean, up until 2015, as far as I'm concerned, he was one of the most popular Americans there were. Oh, you could do whatever you want, be an American, be Donald Trump. But it was only after he ruffled the feathers of the deep state that all of a sudden he was this dreadful person. And then the perceptual engineering mechanism is already in place to make people go, oh, it's a potato, it's a cherry, it's a this, it's a that. Orange man bad. I think that he is, I don't think of him as a messiah or whatever, that would be stupid. And I don't believe in the cult of personality. But he is fulfilling his soul contract at risk of death every single bloody day, by the way. So I have nothing but admiration and respect for him. And I can understand that he is setting the stage now for the utter and complete destruction of deep state ideology and machinery. So that's my take on Donald Trump. I do support him because I support America.
Was there a point where you became more of an American? I mean, I know you're originally from England, but you seem to be very patriotic towards America.
I am an American citizen. I raised my hand. I took the oath, and I'm ready to defend this country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And I became an American when I was a little girl, and I watched Bonanza, and I decided I was going to fall in love with Hoss because of all the men. All the other men were too pretty, and he would make an excellent husband. And so I decided that was what I was going to be. But it's the shaman's path that led me here.
So it wasn't Little Joe or Adam that did it for you. It was Hoss.
Little Joe is just too mighty purty for me.
Gotcha.
I'm gay for what it matters to anyone, but I used to date men, and I didn't date pretty men. I preferred my men to look like men, and that was Hoss. I loved him. I still do. He's probably dead now.
Oh, okay. So do you have a partner?
Oh, yeah. No, I've been with my partner for 34 years.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. How has that experience been? Have you experienced a lot of persecution or pushback, or has it been
No,
pretty
never,
easygoing?
ever. Nothing, because it's not important. It's
Hmm.
one thread in the fabric of life. I don't have a problem with it. So, and I'm in charge of my life, and I'm the one that decides if I'm in a good mood or not and what affects me or not. So I don't have a problem with it. And therefore, hand on heart, no one else has had a problem with it that's ever spoken to me about it, because Daniel, no one's ever hired me for sex. Thank God. You know, I mean, they've hired me for other things. So why would your sexuality be an issue? You know?
Are gay people more inclined to have a spiritual consciousness or anything like that?
I don't see why that would be.
Hmm.
I mean, I just can't imagine why you would have more of a spiritual consciousness because you like boobies or you like willies. I mean, I don't think it makes a damn bit of difference. You know, your common or garden variety gay person just doesn't want to be perceived as anything other than part of society, you know.
And it's my understanding that you feel that the trans movement has nothing to do with the elite or Luciferianism or anything like that.
No, that's not what I think. I live your life as you wish. If you want to be trans, be trans. I think it's a mental health issue because you have a penis, you're a male. You have a vagina, you're a female. And there are, you know, everybody has a different personality. But look, back in the day when there was the original gay movement, which again, I'm not part of because we don't need pride anymore. In the same way as there was women's suffrage once, and now we don't need that anymore. The whole thing with the gay movement, all your common or garden variety gay people wanted was not to be fired for being gay if someone found out that they were gay at work. I think that's really what it was back in my day. It wasn't an issue for me, thank God, but for many people it was. But I do not want to be associated with people with mental health issues. I don't want to be, I'm not part of this movement. You know, you want to be trans? Go ahead. You want to be bisexual? Okay, whatever. But now they're adding pedophiles and all sorts of things. I mean, the alphabet around the LGTB, NYPD, LBLT movement. I mean, it's going to be longer than that town in Wales by the end of it. And they're going to stick all the dysfunction into it. And then for the first time in years, no one had a problem with gay people. You're gay, you're gay. You know, just get on with your life. Now, because of the agenda to add pedophiles and people, you know, forcing people to accept trans people, you know, people are now being prejudiced against gay people, which they didn't have a problem with. So it is very much, in my opinion, a dark establishment thing. Of course, they started it up because people stopped having issues around gay people. So they wanted to stir that up by adding every depravity or perversion or, you know, oddment that they could find to that. It's just part of the agenda to destroy everything and come back and say, we can save you with one world government, one religion, one currency, one philosophy, and here's a chip, and you can't leave your 15-minute city. Bye. I feel it's all part of the same. I know it's all part of the same agenda. So,
have you ever had any of these elite families, shadow government, deep state, whatever label we want to put on them, have they ever bothered you or stalked you or anything like that?
Yes, is the short answer to that. I know that I was followed a couple of times back when I lived in California. I get some very interesting spam mails and calls, which I know are not spam mails or calls. I've had some open death threats, which I take to the local authorities. But it's, you know, let me put it this way. I was one cog in this giant wheel. Hundreds of people like me are employed by governments. We of our own selves are not that important, but we have worked on hundreds of projects. And as those projects come up to be declassified, that's when we get a little bit nervous about walking down the street at night in the dark.
Okay, looks like we do have a question coming from. We got a couple of them. Let me get this one first. This is from Jonah, who was on with us earlier. He wants to ask you, as a shaman, do you have an opinion on the two-spirit aspect of the LGBTQ QWERTY agenda?
I don't understand. You have to also forgive me. I'm a little bit literal sometimes. I don't understand what the two-spirit aspect of the LGBT QWERTY agenda is.
I think he's asking, like, I know in some Native American cultures that a man that like dresses like a female, or a female who wants to be a warrior, they're treated a little bit differently than our conservative culture might treat them. In the past in this country, they were kind of revered and they were treated with respect, if that kind of makes sense. And I believe they were said to have two spirits.
Oh, okay, that does make sense. Well, within that particular culture, then, which clearly I'm not an expert on, within that particular culture, then if that particular type of thing has been set up to be revered, then I don't really have an opinion. It's their culture. I'm not speaking out, well, trans people should be imprisoned or whatever. Do what you want. I just think that if you think about it, you've had little things like this two-spirit aspect, throughout history. But if you think about it, all of a sudden, it's a major agenda. That's what I have an injury, because it's been pushed to divide. And there's a very dark agenda about it. So it wouldn't apply to something like this, that is a cultural protocol and a cultural law. I would offer them the same respect that anybody in that culture would.
All right. And then our next question comes from our buddy Chad Warren. What does Annie think about how it's like these evil elite people do a whole different thing with this occult knowledge than people like herself?
Knowledge is knowledge, and it's the intention behind it. There's no such thing as there's no black magic, there's no white magic. There's an intention and an action, and an evil intention with or there's a good intention. So I don't know what can I think about these people are sociopaths. They do not believe that they need God to create life, and so they have this really weird thing. Since we're all creations of the divine, if we don't have source energy running through us, we're going to have a less than perfect life. So that's the energy that keeps us going. These people, these elite idiots, these that use all this darkness, they need energy. They can't get divine energy, so they create fear and they create terror, which are the initial vibrations that Lucifer created with his scientific mismanagement. They genuinely believe that they are superior to us. And they genuinely believe that by using black magic on us, which they believe is white magic, and keeping us under control, that they're doing us a favor because we're cattle. That is how they see us, as cattle, as labor. That's it.
Definitely. That seems to be the case. Let's see here. I did want to ask you, you mentioned the pedophiles earlier. In the news recently, everybody seems to be talking about this P. Diddy, formerly known as Puff Daddy, or Puffy, Sean Puffy Combs. He's been busted for some really sick, vile stuff. And then we have things like Epstein Island. Everybody knows about that. Epstein was about to name names, and then suddenly he supposedly hangs himself in his cell. Then we have Nixon with the actress Allison Mack from Smallville, and connections to the Bronfman, Seagram's family, and things like that. And then we got Corey Feldman, of course, and his little tour of telling people what it is and what it's like and whatnot. What do you think of all this? Why the pedophilia? What's going on here?
Well, pedophilia is very simple. If you break a child, you own them. You own the adult. That's why Catholic ministers are so fond of sodomizing young boys and penetrating young girls. When you break a child, you own them. You own their psyche. And in the deep rituals, in the in the mid and upper echelons of Luciferianism, there is a lot of penetrating, and there is a lot of blood, and there is a lot of cutting and eating of flesh while penetrating young children. It's almost a rite of passage for these people to dominate humans when they are young and literally fill them with the devil, if you take my meaning. This has been going on for a very, very long time, for as long as anyone, I'm sure, could have any recorded history.
Definitely. Is it possible, if somebody goes through these awful things, and by the way, I agree with you about the penetration thing. It seems that sodomy is a big part of the culture of these secret societies. But my question is, if somebody goes through these horrible experiences, is it possible for them to heal?
It depends. It depends. I have seen some that, because I care for a great many people who have been through this kind of thing. This is kind of my niche. Some of them can live very functional lives, providing they manage their environment well. I mean, I've seen people go to the extremes of having everything white and pink in the house, cool, calm colors, maybe some light blues. Most do end up in therapy, which talk therapy doesn't help these people because you can't talk about having witnessed these things. I would say it's 50-50. We do lose some to suicide. And you can make a really good recovery if you are in good hands and you haven't been too badly manhandled. The rest of them we manage with a loving family and frequent visits and whatever we can to uphold their energy. But it's pretty brutal what happens to some of these people, Daniel. It's not good to watch. It's not good to witness.
I believe a lot of them, and this isn't necessarily just the world of secret societies or the hidden world, but even in everyday life, a lot of the abused end up growing up to become abusers themselves.
Yeah, you imprint. Some grow up to be abusers. Some grow up to be the exact opposite. It's like the two sons with the alcoholic father. One drinks because he saw his father. One doesn't drink because he saw his father. But I think the one thing that it surprised me, annoyed me, upset me, was when over the years, the number of children of credentialed psychiatrists who have been subjected to these experiments really surprised me. I mean, why? I can understand being a scientist and wanting to experiment. I cannot understand wanting to do it on your own children. That was an eye-opener for me.
Yeah, that's very true. And I know that's something that also happens in the elite circles, the bloodlines, negative bloodlines. They it's not only pedophilia, but it's incest. Like it's a very big thing, even amongst the royals as well. They have a history of marrying their cousins, and they even brag about it.
They do. You can only take your bloodline so far before you start having babies with 3 heads. So, as how they say every 300 years or so an empire ends or whatever. And so I think sort of every 300, 400 years or so, these bloodlines too, they get to the point that if they reproduce, they'll mutate, which is why they need fresh blood. Like Princess Diana, and Kate Middleton, God rest her soul. They want the fresh blood so that they can continue the line without too much deformity.
Is Kate okay?
I believe she's dead.
Oh,
I don't
no.
know who's playing her now, but she was definitely picked for a sacrifice. I'm not one for the royal family. I mean, I'm not I understand it's useful in England. It's, whatever. But Kate was just such the perfect princess. She was such the perfect princess, just like Diana. And generally what these people like to do, these sociopath, evil bastards, there's no superlatives enough for them. They're just the worst of the worst. They use these girls as broodmares, and when they've thinned the blood, they kill them.
Yeah, very suspicious how she seemed to just disappear. Then they had the fake picture, and it was obviously fake. And then she shows up, and she's taller than she should be.
Yep.
And then they come up with these weird excuses. How about Meghan Markle? Any thoughts on her? Do you like her? Do you dislike her?
I don't really have. I mean, she makes me go. I mean, she went in. She had that fairy tale wedding. She really wanted the fairy tale wedding, and just so that they could turn around and leave, and then they still wanted to be royal. If you want to leave the mafia, right, you got to whack someone. You can't just clean out the boss's garage. So when they left the royal family, there was going to be consequences, and it was incredibly naive of them to think otherwise. Do I think that she married him and saved him from being executed or whatever? Because he had mentioned several times, I don't want to belong to an organization that killed my mother. I don't think so. People are trying to make a comparison between that and the chap who married, good Lord, the king who married Mrs. Wilson. This is what happens when you get older. The king of England who abdicated and married the American millionaire. Yeah, they said, well, thank God, because he was a Nazi sympathizer. But I can't compare that to Meghan and Harry, because what is she pulling him away from? The duties of a royal.
Do you ever deal with curses?
I get asked often, can you remove a curse? There are very few people on this planet who can actually curse you. And they generally work for your governments and make it stick. So the way I work with it, you don't need to remove a curse. I believe we raise the vibration of the body. We raise the vibration of your being so that it vibrates above anything like a curse, because that is below Christ light, and that's an evil intention. And it's like radar. The incoming missile has to be recognized. So I'm the least superstitious and whatever. And, I'm the most sensible person in this arena of metaphysics, I believe. I try to take the paranoia out of paranormal. I'm trying to normalize it and educate it. So my thing with the curse is, unless you have a bona fide curse, let's talk about why you feel you're cursed, because that's a bit of a victim mentality. And we should talk about that before we, tell me about your curse. That's how I feel about things.
Dr. Robert, are you there?
Yes, I am. How are you?
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah, definitely.
Hello, how are you?
Good, Dr. Robert. How are you doing?
I'm groovy, man. I'm over here chilling, just listening and enjoying the conversation, learning a lot and soaking it all up and processing it. I have a question for you. Do you mind?
Sure.
It is a basic general question. I like to ask questions that bring out the best in our guests. I don't really like to challenge them. Can you share the moment or experience in your life that perhaps first drew you to the path of shamanic healing? And was there a particular event or turning point that made you realize this was your calling?
I was told it was my calling by my father.
Oh, okay.
And that was it. Didn't have a choice in the matter. But I will say that when I used to go on the guided meditations the first time with my dad when I was very young, I knew beyond all shadow of doubt that wherever he was flying to in his head, that was where I was meant to be. And it was sort of a no-brainer after that. I didn't have any aha moments. It was just, I guess this is what I'm going to be doing. And it's always felt right.
Oh, so you just basically took up the family's business, basically. Is that the family's
Yes,
business?
sir. That is exactly what I did.
Yeah, I get it. I have another question for you. Do you mind?
Sure.
Just real easy. Okay.
Oh, good.
So, shamanic healing often connects deeply with the earth, right? The elements and the spirit world. How do you blend those ancient practices with the modern, complex world of intelligence and safe houses that you grew up in?
It's not difficult to reconcile any of it, really. The way I think of it is this. I, at my core, as are we all, are pure, unblemished, unlimited, eternal, cosmic energy, having individualized experiences as whatever the heck we wish, right now, humans. And I know that life is eternal and that I can go and be anything I want, anywhere I want, that I'm a vibrational match. That is what I know I am. Ani Avedissian is the avatar. I call this World of Earthcraft. Okay? This is the avatar, the bloodline I chose to incarnate into for a specific purpose, for a specific amount of time. And that's how I live my life. I don't get overawed. I don't get overwhelmed. I don't overthink any of it. I believe that if you let the spirit inhabit the human, the spirit is always cool and calm and objective and rational. If the spirit inhabits the human, then you're fine. You don't have to make sense of anything because everything just is the way that it is. You learn to be more in a place of awareness and observation so that you can find how you fit into that. What is it? Is it your path in this particular instant to step back, or you're supposed to step in? So in all things, I'll remember the very first lesson that my very first guru gave me, which was also the very last lesson, which is, you can manage. I'm doing an accent. It's not racist. He was from India. He actually talks like this. You can manage everything you want in your life because you have to remember this one thing. The answer to every question is, how divine do I feel today? And that is how I manage my life. It's not exciting, but it works.
I can dig it if it works for you. You kind of slipped my mind, so I'm just going to ask you another question. But that was a good answer. I liked it. I mean, I'm satisfied with it.
I'm so happy. I drink to you, Dr. Robert. You've made my evening. I have pleased someone this evening. Hallelujah.
I mean, I'm satisfied with it. I mean, makes sense to you, makes sense to me. Okay, shamanism traditionally involves deep connection to ancestral wisdom, right? In your work, do you tap into ancestral knowledge? And if so, how does that manifest in your healing practices?
I feel very much that my ancestors, in this particular bloodline, are always with me. And the way that it manifests is every so often, those of us who are a little bit older and have been doing this work for so long that we sometimes forget the voice of God is the voice that should be coming out, not our own voice. Every so often, I get a tap on the shoulder from one of my ancestors going, shut up. Usually in Armenian, just shut up. You're not listening, you're speaking. That's the most potent way and the most regular way that they show up for me all the time.
You know what? I'm glad you brought that up, because that brings me back to my follow-up question. So basically, when you talk about like just sitting in this experience, right? You're advocating more of like a witness consciousness, right? Like just the witness of all this miracle called life. All this spiritual phenomenon that's going on, which is life itself. Because I tell people all the time, man, life itself is the greatest mystery. Nothing can be more spiritual than that. If you can't find spirituality in the ordinary, because we don't even know where we come from, you don't know what spirituality is. All this shit is fucking amazing to me. Why is there something rather than nothing? Boggles my fucking mind. But that's the follow up.
Yeah, and it should, because curiosity is what creates consciousness, and that's what creates the cosmos. We all think we know something, but it's just stories we tell each other. If we actually sit back and think about all points in space and time exist simultaneously, and you go, okay, that makes perfect sense. Vibrationally, I could come up with a parable to explain that, yes. But like, wow, really? Billions of people just on one planet, all these planets in one solar system, trillions and billions of stars, and inside each being's head is its own universe. How can you contain that? We should always be like you, Dr. Rob. We should be in awe. We should be inspired. We should be having our mind blown. We should seek to ponder points that don't make any sense. We should ask questions of the universe that we know we're not going to understand the answer to, but we asked it. And by asking it, we broke and we made space for that answer to come in for us and for the next generation. So you got to continue being like you are. You got to continue having your mind blown and asking all the questions, because that's what expands consciousness. That's what's going to put common sense back onto this planet.
Anything else?
I love that answer. Yeah. I have one more question. Can you tolerate one more question for me?
I can, if it's okay with Daniel. Yeah.
Certainly.
Okay, groovy, man. Intelligent work often involves secrecy, control, and power dynamics. How did being immersed in that world influence your understanding of energy, control, and power in a spiritual or metaphysical sense?
Working alongside the intelligence community, you do get a sense of the bigger picture, the bigger overall. But you're also working in what I would call almost like intellectual guerrilla cells, where you're all working on different projects and nobody really knows who the next member of the next cell is, etc. So it took a while for me to put all of those pieces together. But once, if I understand your question correctly, once I understood beyond all shadow of doubt how things worked in the world, it made me more determined than ever to be the best version of myself that I could be. I think that's how it affected me, because it sounds so absolutely overwhelming that you have to say, okay, what am I supposed to do on the other side of this? We are going to get out of this intelligence game at some point. We've been promised we're going to get out of this. How am I going to take all of this wisdom and everything that I've learned and all of this dysfunction and teach the world what's happening? It taught me to be very measured, I think, and it taught me timing. There is a great many things that don't need to be said, but the things that need to be said when they need to be said. And ultimately, the greatest lesson for me that I learned is you have to have a moral code. You have to stand by your moral principles. And if you're not willing to die for your moral principles, then you don't have moral principles. And that's the guiding light of my life. That's what it taught me.
You kind of sound like Nietzsche did. Like because Nietzsche says, like, if you really believe in anything, you just basically die for it. Like if you're a vegetarian, right, and you do not eat meat, and there's no vegetables around, and all you have access to is meat. If you believe eating meat is morally wrong, then you will just starve the fucking death. If you really believe in that shit.
Well, if that was me and I saw a juicy prime rib, yeah, no, I know what you're saying.
I'm just kind of going to what you're saying. You're willing to die for it. Yeah.
I mean, it's like we are at a pivotal time in history. It's a little bit more serious now, because I say, well, I'm not going to wear a mask. Don't wear a mask. I'm not going to get the jab. Don't get the jab. Okay, I'll lose my job. Rather, then you will lose your job. I mean, we've had a few years now to figure out who are the pansies.
Yeah, but we shouldn't be talking about that J word though, not because they trip.
Talk about what? I'm sorry, you're cutting out a little, Doc.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Robert. He just means we try to avoid talking about the what, because this channel has received strikes and things like that. Good to know.
I didn't say that.
Definitely. Don't mean to trip you up. And I feel I probably feel the same way as you do about it. Just trying to keep my platform live.
Yes, I know. Mine was taken down.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Sorry to hear that. It's happening to the best of us and really all of us at this point. Annie, I guess my next question, I wanted to ask about anxiety. How could I really relieve my anxiety?
Okay. That is actually the easiest thing to take care of. But the solution is so simple, people don't do it. So we're all anxious for different reasons, but anxiety is a little dysfunctional. We're as divine beings, we're supposed to be calm, right? Here's the major cause of anxiety is people don't, and you can stop me if this isn't what's causing your anxiety, but the major cause of anxiety is that people don't complete a thought process. They internalize their emotions. They don't process their emotions. So you have this meat body with all of its stuff going on, and you've got your energy anatomy around you. You've got your chakra system from way down in the floor below you, all the way up to the top of your head and all over your body. And around that, you also have your 7 layers of your aura. You are an electrical being, okay? You have an emotional experience. An emotion comes in. Say it's happy. Happy, it comes in. Oh, you're happy, you're titillated, you're fine. An uncomfortable emotion comes in, and you need to process immediately what made you uncomfortable. And the way to do this is, first of all, remember that when that information is coming in, it's intel incoming through the layers of the electricity. So it's percolating and disrupting your electrical system. It's uncomfortable. Oh, I don't feel good about this. The first thing you do is stop, and you take 9 deep, slow, purposeful breaths. Inhale and a full exhale, because that calms down your energy anatomy, calms down the actual anxiety, which is just an electrical reaction. And when you're calmer, you're more objective. And then you go, why did I feel uncomfortable about that? And then you need to process the emotion as soon as you can and resolve it and archive it. So most of anxiety is just that people have a lot of triggers orbiting in their aura, like so many satellites of woe. And it's like a minefield in and out of their being. So daily breath meditation, which for some reason nobody wants to do, but it's so useful. If you sit down for 12 minutes once a day, locate your diaphragm, sit down in the Egyptian position, feet on the ground, palms flat on your thighs like you're Tutankhamun. And for 12 minutes, breathe in and out through your diaphragm as slowly and purposefully as possible, as is comfortable, while you're focused on the mechanical action of your breath. The divine is Wi-Fi. The information comes in through your breath. While you're focusing on breathing in and out, the information from the divine is resetting your optimal physical and mental health template, rearranging your chakras, fluffing up your aura, balancing the left and the right hemispheres of your brain, basically giving you a mini tune-up. So my advice is to start with that protocol once a day. Start with 12 minutes, add a minute every week till you get to 20 minutes. And you will find that your anxiety drops down 70% at least. And then for the rest of it, remember that it's an electrical reaction. It's not you getting agitated. It's your energy anatomy. What calms it down? Deep, slow, purposeful breath. So get those breaths in and then try to figure out what the emotion is all about. That's step one. And it's usually all you need.
Okay, appreciate that. I know a lot of folks out there are suffering from anxiety, especially during these times, all these crazy things happening, political division, war. How do you feel about that, Annie? The war that's breaking out?
Yeah, how does one feel about war? I'm sitting here watching a whole bunch of idiots go through their motions. I'm going to make this noise. I'm going to make that noise. You're going to do this. You're going to do that. And we go back through history and we go, these factions, we just keep reincarnating into different factions and just keep doing this to each other. It is, the whole thing is just so pathetic. You would have thought by now the human race, after thousands of years of playing the deep state game, we would have figured something out by now and just said, you know what? I don't know that we actually need governments. Well, what do they do except collect money and give it to places they shouldn't be giving? So what I think of all this is I'm sitting and I'm watching everything that I warned people that was going to happen for the last 40 years happening. I'm watching people fall for it. And I'm thinking to myself, my God, my generation who worked for the government were excellent perceptual engineers because everyone's falling for it. I don't think it's going to get to a full-blown Third World War. If it does, nuclear weapons won't be allowed because the Creator has put a kibosh on nuclear weapons. It destroys our energy anatomies. It makes it very difficult to recompose us once we get to heaven. I'm just going to sit back and continue to do what I feel is useful. I'm not going to give it much thought. It's all very, any day now, well, I'll just say I'm not even sure we'll have an election. So we can't, I've got no words, honestly, and I'm the most verbose person I know. I cannot imagine we let it come to this, but we did. I don't think there'll be a World War III.
How's it going?
Just waiting for Clint to notice he's on screen.
Well, I was just grabbing a book to reach for a quote. Damn it, I just got done sneezing like 4 times, so you're lucky that I'm just free. Hello, how's it going? You're from England and you moved to America, you said?
I did. I've been here 34 years, though. I'm an American. Yeah.
Oh, yes. So how do you feel about the great work of the mystery schools of trying to turn man into God?
Well, it's a waste of time, really, isn't it? Because man is God in a bod. Why does everybody go around searching for God and trying to turn anybody into anything when you're already there? You just unfold like a fitted sheet.
Well, you're familiar with the idea that their God to them is to make man into Lucifer, according to and that this is page 102 of Albert Pike's book Morals and Dogma. He states that the initiates are the force of Lucifer, the embodiment of them, and that are you familiar with that concept or?
Yeah, I think yes, to an extent. I did an awful lot of reading with that stuff in years gone by. Now I just personally don't see the point of it. I think once we get the bigger picture, I mean, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'm the kind of person, if I don't have the answer, I'll tell you.
Well, I guess, see, I don't have a religion, but if I was to define God, I would state that God was, the dude that made the universe, and that I would consider us separate from that entity.
Oh, I don't know. I don't see any separation between us and anything in the cosmos.
Yeah. But so I found the quote here. There's something that the Masons are doing that are very strange, and it definitely is ritual magic. Whether magic be real or not, they still believe it. So the quote is, the Lodge of Masons becomes unified and is enabled to work together as one functioning, coherent body. The Masons learn by participating in such a ritual to work, say, and think the same thing simultaneously. Isn't that a very interesting statement?
It is. My father was a Freemason.
Well, so their great work is the same symbol as the secret word, the emerald tablet of Thoth, the philosopher's stone, the there's a few other ones, but I'm missing. But it seems as though their new world order won't be complete according to their terms until everybody accepts the new age religion, and that they're trying to abolish the old age religions.
Sure. I mean, yes, they want to abolish all of them, all the religions, so that they can have just their one. It's much easier to manage cattle that way, isn't it?
Yeah.
But, ultimately, I think we're all going to end up in one, what I call spirit-centered humanism, because the glory of whatever you want to call creation cannot be contained. And, mankind's consciousness still haven't made it to a place where we can't be divided by it. I feel very...
Well, can you define consciousness? I'm not quite sure what that means exactly, because I believe in the spirit.
Your consciousness is the sum total of your inner awareness.
Well, is that part of the spirit, or is that
Everything is part of the spirit. Your spirit, the way that I see it, I don't expect people to agree with me or whatever. We are part of a cosmic soul, a cosmic energy, a cosmic spark that big banged and string theoried and did whatever the heck it wanted to do. But it's gone on a massive, great adventure. And we all come from that same point of source. Then we all individualize, have these individualized manifestations, temporary experiences here or there. And that's like going out into the boonies and seeing what you can create. And can you remember that you're actually this divine cosmic energy, and then turn that into, to help with the betterment of that world that you're in. I think of it all as one. I guess I just don't take this as seriously as some people. I think of it as all one great big cosmic space adventure.
Well, so you said you were a ghost hunter since you were a kid. Did you ever go any haunted houses where there were large footsteps or banging, or you'd hear like children laughter or ghosts talking or yelling or screams or anything?
Yeah. I mean, I've been doing this a very long time.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
Have you ever, sorry,
go ahead.
Have you ever had the ghosts interact with you in real time in a way to where you could tell that they weren't, stuck in some kind of sequence or something?
Sequences are different. Those are residual hauntings, and those are time lapses. The variety, the majority of hauntings or they're not really even hauntings, but ghost presences are just people who are lost and really want to move on. They can, if you develop an intuitive skill set, whether you're clairaudient, clairvoyant, clairsentient, or all of them, you can sense them, you can see them, you can hear them, you can talk to them, because they're human. Most of them are. We do have, on occasion, alien ghosts, but the vast majority of them are human. So there's a frame of reference there. You can make out gender, female or male. There's no difference. They don't have a physical body, but you can still communicate with them.
What So you say your dad was a Freemason. What degree was he by chance?
He was not 33rd.
Do you know what Freemasonry is by chance?
Yeah. In my shaman law, it is a very dark agenda from my perspective.
So they're evil then.
Well, hold on. If it's a dark agenda and their great work is to make man believe that they are the Christ consciousness, and you said yourself that you believed in the Christ consciousness. Well, do you feel as though that possibly you may have been given this knowledge by, your father or his friends, or where did you come to this conclusion?
You mean about the Freemasons having a dark agenda?
No, about you yourself believing in the man is God religion. When did this come to you? Were you a teenager, or?
I'm sorry. What are we talking about? What come to me?
The Christ consciousness ideology. When did you learn about this subject?
Probably very early on. I remember being taught. Everybody in school talked about Jesus Christ, and in my training, in my culture, then that is not a last name for someone. That is a level of consciousness, a higher consciousness. So when I say a Christed consciousness, I mean a higher consciousness, one that doesn't perceive a separation between itself and its creator.
Well, I'm familiar with the term. I'm just baffled by you saying that you believe that Masonry was a dark force, but yet Masonry's dark work is, to make people believe what you say you yourself are believing. No offense or anything.
No, I'm not offended. I'm just trying to understand.
I don't think it's that black and white, Clint. I think that there's truth to like evil people and evil groups can speak truth as well.
Well, no, I'm just saying.
Not every Masonic lodge is evil. I mean, there's thousands of lodges, but there is an agenda up at the very top that is tied in with the secret societies, and that is my understanding. Yeah.
Are you familiar with Crowley's "The Horus, the Conquering Child"? That Gollum, the idea that of where the initiates would become the masses of people who aren't initiated in a temple per se, but are initiated through the media, and that they would believe they were this God force, and they would do the great work of Crowley's his group's goals, and that because I'm sure you've heard the diagram of Horus, Isis, and Osiris, and
yes, we have done our fair share of classical training. To be honest, I dismiss Crowley.
He seems as though, I like him in the sense that he blabs. He says his great work is also the apotheosis of man. And so there's multiple parties that are saying the same blueprint ideology.
Yes. Yes, but it's called propaganda.
Well, I mean, but I would, I haven't fully analyzed you or asked you as many questions as I would like, but I'm feeling as though that you believe in the religion that they are talking about.
I don't believe in any religion.
Well, I mean, you stated yourself the Christ consciousness stuff. I mean,
it's words.
I know that.
Christ consciousness words. What Christ consciousness means to me doesn't necessarily mean the same to someone else. Just because I use the terms Christ conscious, apotheosis, which means man's return back to God. I already believe that we are God. So.
Well, I've been reading The Dark Side of Freemasonry. They do a number of quotes by Alison Foster Bailey and a number of other high-ranking Masons who all talk about this Christ consciousness and the secret doctrine and how their great work is this apotheosis of man. And
all right, let's move on, Clint. Do you have any other questions?
No, that's basically what I was just curious about.
All right, appreciate you.
Yeah.
Alrighty, I thought it was a little bit interesting. The fact that you said that you feel the Freemasonic agenda is evil, and being that your father was part of the organization, was there anything in particular that caused you to draw this conclusion?
No, there isn't one thing in particular. There isn't one incident in particular. It's a lifetime of living with it and hearing conversations about it, whether whether it's in your father's office or in living rooms or whatever. There isn't one pivotal thing. He was a ranking Freemason. Was he in the upper echelons? Probably not. Do the Freemasons do a lot of good charitable works? Yes. Are there many different houses? Yes. Ultimately, it's the upper echelon that are tied up with the secret societies. And they are networked with other people that we would call the machinery of the deep state ideology. So, I don't really, it's all going to go away. All of it is going to go away. These ridiculous secret societies. I know a lot of people, are very into studying all these and whatever, and it's all general knowledge, and no knowledge is ever wasted. But I really believe all of these secret societies are going to go away as we raise our vibration, as the fourth dimension begins to lap at our shores. There's no need for this ridiculousness. Secret societies and black magic and schools of mystery. This is my whole thing. It's not, at its core, the mystery is, oh my God, how can we possibly explain creation? It's too awe-inspiring. And we can get quantum physicists and cosmologists to give us all these names and quarks and morks and whatever and da-da-da. But ultimately, that's the mystery, is it's with this self-replicating, amazing, constant energy.
Yeah, it's some questions we can't really answer. Like if we ask what came first, the chicken or the egg, it's going to be an endless debate. We got to kind of agree to disagree on some level.
Yeah. Or just to say we don't really know. I don't know. I'm telling my stories, and the stories I tell are things that I resonate to. Sure. Am I right? Am I wrong? I don't know.
Well, right or wrong, I think that everybody has a piece of the puzzle. Like if we are all individual eyes of God, then we've got to kind of come together and figure things out. We're not going to be able to do it on our own. I do want to ask you, are you still part of the intelligence world?
No.
You have to say that.
No.
Okay.
No.
So you're retired?
Yeah, I am retired. I'm semi-retired. I still work. The last 4.5 years have been wonderful for Americans. So I still have to work.
Sure.
But I'm semi-retired. I'm a little pickier now. I get to pick and choose my jobs, which I like.
Every once in a while, some general shows up at your door and says, Annie, we need you.
I think he'd probably send a subordinate.
Gotcha.
Yeah, no generals at my door, honey. No.
I'm thinking of some of those Arnold Schwarzenegger movies. I did want to ask, how can I, if I want to get into this, how can I astral project? Earlier you kind of gave us a meditation recipe, but how about astral projection? Is there anything you can point me towards in that regard?
I can, but you know what? There's 1,000,001 exercises I can give you, but you got to calm the anxiety down first. The very first thing with astral projection, you do it in your sleep anyway. We all astrally project in our dreams, right? We fly, we go places. It's us, it's not us, but we know it's us. Yeah. But to be able to do it consciously, it requires the ability to be still. And you can only get that through breath meditation. It takes practice. I have many people that come to me and say, I'll pay you all this money, teach me this. I go, I've got to teach you this first, but they won't learn it. So I go, okay, pay me the money and I'll teach you this. And I teach it, but they can't do it because they haven't done, they've still got the anxiety. So I learned that lesson very early on in life. Astrally projecting, the exercises for them are very simple. They're very tedious. They're very repetitive. I'll give you one just to start with. Okay. Sit down in the Egyptian position in your chair, palms down, Tutankhamun, right? And you're erect, but not too stiff, right? You know? And just breathe. Just breathe in your body. Fill your body with oxygen. Enjoy the deep, slow, purposeful breathing. And when you feel really full of oxygen, just imagine what it would be like if your spirit self, which is an exact replica of you, you want to think of it as sort of a lighter version, you know, a more opaque version of you. What would it be like if you suddenly just got up and walked to the end of the room and then turned around and looked at your meat body sitting on the chair? And then what would it be like then to walk back and sit inside your body? And that exercise you do before you even, that's contemplating astral projection 101. So if you do the meditation, the breath meditation, and then that very simple exercise where you're pretending to astrally project, pick a point that you're going to walk to, go to it, turn around, look at your body, and then walk back to your body. That will give you an idea of how much resistance you might have to it. Because people don't always feel safe leaving their body. They're terrified something's going to happen to their body and they won't get back in.
Yeah, that seems to be the classic fear of astral projection. Oh no, my body's going to be an empty shell and some demon's going to jump inside and it's going to pilot my body and do God knows what.
No, if it's not doing that while you're asleep, you know, just obviously be sensible. Don't do it in, you know, a public place. Do it in the safety of your home, you know.
I want to get back to this anxiety thing a little bit. You know, we are kind of running short on time, but is this anxiety thing, is this like an individual thing, or could this be part of the reptilian agenda?
The reptilian agenda was to put in the ego programming. You know, we've got all these 12 DNA strands. They muted 10, left us with 2 active DNA strands, which disconnects us to a lot of our history. That's why we don't know a lot about our forbidden history here on Earth. What the reptilians did was to work with a kind of, I'm going to call it a software program because humans are hackable. And they put in a program that, how can I put it? It knocks your divine, you know, left to our own devices, our intuition is cosmic, it's divine, and it's in good shape. But what they've done is they put in a software program that would make us second guess ourselves and go into self-doubt. And when you get into self-doubt, you begin to get anxious and you begin to get fearful. And what happened was our original programming is that we weren't supposed to get anxiety. We're supposed to have a heightened state of awareness when there is a threat pertinent to our survival. So, for example, when Neanderthal man is out hunting and he sees that there's a woolly mammoth about to trample him, he stops for a moment and he feels like he's really panting, but he's not. Everything's slowed down. His adrenals are up a bit, and it looks like it's in the movies and everything's slowed down. And in that moment, his amygdala is just filling up a little bit with the juice that says, danger, danger, Will Robinson, right? And so he sees that woolly mammoth, and in that moment, everything feels like it's slow motion, and he has to make a decision pertinent to his survival. He turns around, he runs back to the cave, he pants like hell to get his emotions regulated, and then he tells his friends what happened. That's what we're supposed to have. A heightened state of awareness to get us out of trouble. What the software program that the reptilians put in did was to flip the switch so the amygdala floods and we're in terror and fear. And now everything makes us nervous. even like, can I pay my bills at the end of the month? Not things that humans are supposed to be nervous and frightened about. So it helps to know that it's not you. It helps to know that it's a software program. We call it ego programming. So when you lessen the anxiety and your overall energy anatomy is working better, it's like a television screen. If it's static, you won't see the picture. If you're static, you won't get the divine wisdom. You won't see the picture clearly. So we just start off with the simple things. Don't overcomplicate things.
All right, we are going to go soon, but we got a couple of our panel that wants to have a little bit of a second go. Bear with us, Annie. Jonah.
Hello, Jonah.
You're muted. You got to unmute yourself, buddy.
My bad. I was saying I'll try to speak a little slower this time. It seems like I speak it fast, and I do that all the time anyway. So, when you were saying a few minutes ago that Dan would need to calm the anxiety, now my question was going to be, was that a general statement? Was that necessarily something without putting Dan on the spot? Was that something that you were saying that you're reading anxiety from him? Is it something that you would see in general conversations when you have with other people, or is that just a general statement? Is kind of where I was going with that.
I think that the human race suffers from anxiety, and it's unnecessary. And I think it's very damaging, and it's a lot more damaging than people realize, to allow yourself to live in a constant state of anxiety. And it's a mismanagement of your energy anatomy.
Bad for your health.
So it's a general, statement. It obviously applies to Dan because he asked. But in general, anxiety is what's keeping everybody out of the kingdom, so to speak.
And I do have my issues with anxiety as well. I'll come clean on that. I definitely have my anxiety issues. I can be a bit of an anxiety freak at times, so I'll cop to that.
Okay.
See, I'm the opposite way. I'm like, hey, man, whatever. Like, man, I'm still living.
Yeah.
I know I shouldn't be, but I am. So why am I going to be stressed about it?
Yeah.
Anyways, that was my whole thing. I know Robbie wanted to say something, so then we'll speak after Dr. Robert or whatever. I'm telling.
Alrighty. Thank you, Jonah. Let's talk to Robbie.
Hey, so first off, I want to make a statement. You had said that you don't really get too paranoid about curses or any kind of person trying to project any energetic force on you, because you just, and that's the way I've always felt, is you just vibrate at a higher phase ratio, so that it's not even, like you said, it's not incoming, because you're above it.
That's the correct way. That's how we should do it.
Yeah. Now what I was wondering is, earlier you had spoken of when you were going into these various buildings, residences, that as far as clearing the energies, that there would be a portal that would open that would spirit them away to their appropriate place in the heavens or the mansions.
Yeah.
Now, with that statement, do you believe that it's like Jacob's ladder, and that spirits are ascending and descending through the different realms, from the physical to the immaterial, to the spiritual? Go ahead.
Yeah. My understanding is that it's quite a ride on the river. It's very much like that whole Doctor Who thing.
Yeah. Right.
But it's not a long ride, and it feels. The reports are that it feels incredibly exhilarating and liberating.
Now, in that same vein of thinking, if the spirits in this physical realm are trying to ascend into the higher realms, are there also lower astral forms that are trying to penetrate and break into this realm? Like I said, ascending and descending through the multiple realms.
There are many what I call trash heap realms, as well as just lower consciousness realms.
Right.
But we've had beings try to do that. But right now, I'm going to say with a mixture of, there is a universal light fortress around the Earth, which was put in 1913. We also have some very good extraterrestrial patrols. You know, I mean, Haton and Ashtar and all of their little space commandos, you know, running around all over the place. They've helped me out a couple of times on clearings that I had no frame of reference for, and they were able to actually figure it out. So I'm not concerned at this time. You know, all anybody thinks of right now is the darkness, but the darkness is leaving, right? What's coming in now is, for want of a better phrase, the Christ light, the monastic energy. You know? So I'm not too concerned, but do these attacks happen? Yes. And right up until a couple of years ago, we still had we were still vulnerable, you know, because the boys in the ships can't be everywhere all the time. But in the last 2 years, there have been 0 reports at all. So as the light grows right now, there's hardly any incoming. It's good. It means we're winning.
Nice. That's good to hear.
Yeah. Amen.
Alrighty. Thank you, Robbie.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, Annie. Unfortunately, we've gone over time a little bit, but I do want to go ahead and open up things one more time and let you hop up on the soapbox, step behind the podium, and just kind of say whatever you'd like to say to the End of Days Radio audience out there in closing. And please follow that up with anything and everything that you would like to plug and promote: websites, social media, anything you have, any upcoming talks, any upcoming appearances, anything at all that you'd like to promote. Please go ahead and do that now.
Cheers, Daniel. Thank you. In closing, my brothers and sisters, really all I want to say is the most important thing to know is to thine own self be true, right? Whether you're religious or spiritual or whatever you consider yourselves, we can all agree that we're all part of something that is much greater. The sum total of it is much greater than the individualized manifestations of it. And I think we've overcomplicated the world. We've overcomplicated government. We've overcomplicated everything. Everything is big and unmanageable. Allow the world to blow up a little bit so that we can bring it back to common sense. You want to help the world? Be the best version of yourself. And by that, I don't mean go out and get a PhD. It means be the most comfortable that you can in your skin. Do some deep breathing, embrace your potential. Don't hold back your talents. You didn't come here to burn and crash. You came down to make a splash. So don't be afraid of anything, especially now that you know that fear doesn't exist. It's a software program that was put in our heads, and we override that just by remembering that we are divine. Check out my website, www.aniavedissian.com. Everything you need to know about me or should know about me is on there. Sign up for my monthly messages. They're fun. Come to my cosmic conversations at the end of each month. Join my Telegram group if you would like to. It's for spirit-centered patriots. Above all, just chill, pay attention, be aware, let the spirit inhabit the human, and just have a marvelous life. We are about to enter the 4th dimension, and I can't even begin to tell you how different the world is going to be 5-6 years from now. And thanks, Daniel, for having me on. It's been fun.
Absolutely. It's been a pleasure. And I'd like to do a part 2 one of these days and see what you're up to in the future.
I'd love to. Thank you, darling. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Annie. Thank you. Wow, what a great guest. It was so nice talking to her. So refreshing, so different than our usual type of guests, which is a good thing. You know, we tend to explore some pretty dark places and some dark pits out there, and you know, it's nice having somebody on that has a little bit more of a positive take on things and sees things in a different light. Definitely sees Trump a lot different than I do. You know, I'm not a huge Trump guy, but I definitely, you know, I respect her words and her perspective on things. Definitely like this stuff about astral travel. Wow, I'm gonna have to try that for sure. Let's go ahead and talk to Dr. Robert, see how he's doing, see if he's ready to do his segment. Dr. Robert, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, man. I'm ready.
All right. Sounds like the audio issues have disappeared.
Oh, good. Let's go, man. I'm ready.
All right, let's hit that theme music.
Everybody there? Everybody there? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. Welcome, dear listeners, to another gripping down the rabbit hole episode with Dr. Robert, a thrilling segment of the enigmatic In the Days radio show. In the shadows of history, whispers echo with secrets, and what we know merely scratches the surface of an ocean teeming with mysteries. Here, we dive head first into the murky waters of covert operations and hidden alliances, unearthing the chilling possibility of a secretive right-wing Nazi cabal lurking within the corridors of American power. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we journey into the heart of darkness, where the truth is stranger than fiction. In our last episode, we ventured into the cerebral realm of Project Bluebird and examined the symbolic journey of Tito and Nito in their search for the bluebird of happiness. These stories are steeped in psychological manipulation and symbolic quest hidden right before us. But today, we take you into the post-war period where the birth of American intelligence is shrouded in the strange and the sinister. We peel back the layers of events that shaped the clandestine world we know today. The Roswell crash, the creation of the CIA, and even the bizarre confessions of Cardinal Mindszenty. This episode is a descent into the labyrinth, revealing the dark undercurrents of psychological warfare and mind control that swirl through the corridors of power in the late 1940s and early 1950s. But that's not all. That's not all. We will explore how this story is connected to the psychological control efforts and manipulation happening around us. As we uncover these hidden connections, we invite you to ponder the profound psychological and spiritual implications. So prepare to challenge everything you think you fucking know. Let your curiosity guide you as we venture further down the rabbit hole, where reality blurs and the extraordinary awaits. Dear listeners, today's episode is not just a story, but a revelation. Let's uncover the forgotten truths together. We sincerely hope that the In the Days radio audience will enjoy and appreciate this episode, which we aptly titled The Mysterious Death of Frank Olson, a scientist's descent into darkness. Dun, dun, dun! Ah! Today we venture deep into American history's cold, shadowy corridors. It was a time when secrets were buried beneath layers of deceit and whispers of betrayal, mind control, and state-sponsored experiments still managed to break through the silence. This story is not just of a man, but of a nation willing to sacrifice its own citizens in the name of Cold War paranoia. Tonight, we explore the strange and tragic case of Frank Olson, a man who, by all appearances, was a devoted scientist, but his journey, his final days, were marked by fear, paranoia, and betrayal from within. Who was Frank Olson? What dark truth did he discover that led to his mysterious death? And most chilling of all, was it really a suicide or something far more sinister? Frank Olson was no ordinary man. He worked for the US government at the height of the Cold War, right at the intersection of chemical warfare and covert intelligence operations. A biochemist by training, Olson was recruited to join the top secret projects at Camp Dietrich. Projects that involve biological weapons and experiments designed to push the limits of what the human body and mind could endure. Curious. It was the 1950s, a time when fear of communism gripped the nation and nothing was off the table. We were fighting not just with bullets and bombs, but with science, experimenting with ways to control minds, break wills, and develop weapons of mass terror. And in the middle of it all, ladies and gentlemen, was Olson. For years, Olson worked quietly in Maryland, conducting research on the most dangerous substances known to fucking man. He followed orders. He trusted his colleagues until one day, everything changed. In November 1953, Olson attended a secretive meeting with CIA officials in a remote cabin. Among them was Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, the mastermind behind the MK Ultra program, a program designed to experiment with mind control using LSD. Without Olson's knowledge, his drink was spiked with the hallucinogenic drug. What followed was a rapid unraveling of his mind, leading him to question not just the morality of his work, but the very motives of his government. He became paranoid, agitated, and terrified that the secrets he knew, secrets about chemical weapons, biological testing on unwitting subjects, would lead to something catastrophic. Olson began to believe he had blood on his hands and he wanted out. He confided in his superiors, telling them he wanted to quit, but they weren't going to let him walk away that easily. Instead, Olson was flown to New York City, ostensibly for psychiatric treatment. But what happened there was far from a typical therapy session.
Hello and welcome back to End of Days Radio. I am your host, Daniel, broadcasting to you all the way from the West Coast. Sorry about that. There was a little bit of an audio issue with Dr. Roberts' show within a show this week. I'm not sure what's going on. I don't know if it's on his end or my end or what, but had to kind of cut it short this week. Hopefully he saved his spot and he could pick up next week from where he left off. Apologize for that. We did end up playing Al's music a little bit early. That particular song was called Hand of Doom. Part 1. I think that's part 1. Hand of Doom part 1. That's from Al, aka Martian Medicine Man. We thank him once again for contributing to the show, sharing some of his music. Definitely a cool doom sound to that one. And we continue on to our news topics roundtable portion of the show where we discuss what's going on out there. Well, it's very easy to get this segment started because there's so much going on. First off, it seems that the Middle East is on fire. Things are going crazy over there. We got Israel shooting missiles at Syria and Lebanon and Iran, and they're shooting missiles back at Israel. Fire is raining down from the sky. Fire and brimstone just pouring waves and waves upon innocent people's heads. Very scary stuff. Definitely some very end times revelations type of things happening. We know that the red heifer was sacrificed, or the white heifer, however that goes, was sacrificed not that long ago. And all of a sudden this is going on. So, put 2 and 2 together. Very scary wherever you stand. Let's get everybody up on here.
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Jonah's in a prison camp right now.
Oh, no. Sorry, you got arrested.
My own prison camp, though, you see?
Oh, he's got his name up there. He's the warden.
Yeah. So what was you want our opinions on the Middle East?
No, I flipped around with AI one day, and then.
Well, we can talk about whatever.
Oh yeah. Well,
the Israel situation is pretty scary. If you want to start there, or we could talk about something else. Doesn't matter to me.
Well, to elaborate on what I was getting at with that lady is that to use a different example, a Mason came on my show either last night or the night before. It was 2 nights ago, and he claimed to be a 32nd degree Mason, which he didn't have any proof. But by the way he talked, I think he was being genuine. But I got him to admit that he was basically a Nazi, and then I also got him to admit that he did believe in the Luciferian philosophy and that he was the embodiment of Lucifer, quote unquote. And then I was like, oh, well, how about page 102 of Morals and Dogma? And then I read it, and it was connecting Satan with Lucifer and the initiates being the Force. And he's like, oh, that's not, you can't trust all Masons. The same spiel they always do. It's like you're telling me Albert Pike is not the highest authority on Freemasonry.
I've run into that before. The Masonic apologists, the guys that have all these like pre-canned responses to anything that you'll throw at them.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that he was fully engaged in the New Age religion.
Well, then you also have Albert Pike talked about how the Third World War, we all know the quote. But I actually shared something with Daniel. Yeah. If you want to bring that up here. It was kind of funny. It kind of goes exactly with what you said here. Now, I don't know. This might go a little too far, though, but I don't think so. So it's called The Zionist Plan for the Middle East. Now, what I wanted to actually go ahead and show everyone here. Shit. It's going the wrong way. When we zoom in, this is what the Greater Israel looks like. So anyone who says that they are going to stop at the Gaza and Haifa, Yeah, that's not happening. You'll see here that they're going to have part of Egypt as part of the Greater Israel, part of Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Jordan. So that's actually from a document called Zionist Plan for the Middle East. It was done by a journalist named Oded Yadon. It's easily found on archive, obviously, as I pulled it up on archive.org. And yeah, so anyone who thinks that like this whole thing with Gaza is going to stop there, obviously, yeah.
And when
you know, we don't have to read documents that are provided to you, right?
When you look at that map, as far as where Lebanon is in that stretch, moving up to the north, they've got that whole stretch. Now it's just a matter of going down into Iran.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I wonder if they
So,
want
I
to
mean-
take. I wonder if they want to take Petra.
Right.
Yeah, Petra.
So that is the so Jordan, the Petra's in Jordan. So yeah, that would be part of it. But basically, what that is the covenant from the Old Testament. That is the covenant land. So anyone who's saying that like, oh, there's a two-state solution, it's just not going to happen because that's the covenant land. So if they're using the Torah, the covenant land, yeah, it doesn't stop with just a little slip of Israel that they have right now. I mean,
my whole thing is like, okay, I get that Israel's army and air force and everything is pretty legit. Like, they have great fighter pilots, lots of weapons, lots of money coming in, but still, they're just one country. They can't possibly cash all these checks that they're writing. They can't possibly fight all these countries that they're picking fights with. The way I see it, eventually, we're gonna have to step in.
Cooper says the Illuminati's plan was to basically make the Jewish people extinct. I mean, because they want to destroy all religions. But what better way than to get them to destroy each other?
Well, the other thing though too, and I don't know how legitimate this is because I just saw it on fucking Twatbox, Twitter, but allegedly the Israelis went out of their way and attacked a French corporation today because they France isn't back in Israel. So, yeah. I mean, but again, too, anyone who hasn't heard of the Bird Foundation, that's literally where they've been siphoning all the information off from the USA to Israel through Henry Kissinger for decades. And let's see if I can pull that up real quick. Might as well do it anyways. I think it's birdf.com or birdf.org, one or two. But I'll bring that up here. And, it's kind of hilarious because if the page get load. No, is it? Whatever. I'll do a search on here.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah. So, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to quick point that Freemason the other night. I brought up the letter between Pike and Woozy, and he totally denied its existence. It's like, oh, whatever.
Like, getting back to that conversation, like, I don't think that it's necessarily like if you believe that we're gods or we're part of God. I don't necessarily think that means that you share the same ideals as the elite or as the secret society members. I think it's kind of I think that's kind of the truth. Like, there's Source, we're all part of Source, and then there's like the gods and demons and things like that are kind of like false gods. But actually, I don't think God is like a father figure that tells you what to do. You got to get on your knees and submit yourself to him. I think like the real God is just creation or Source or love or something like that. That makes the most sense to me.
Well, I'm definitely have to take some pictures and show you some of these quotes in this book because it gets into heavy detail about what the great work of the Masons is and the Illuminati, and I can tell you 100% that's the great work is to make that the full, destroy all other religions and make that the sole religion.
Yeah, but here's the problem with the way you're going at it, because let's not kid ourselves. They bastardize everything, so that every fucking plan that they have is a bastardization of the good. So them saying that they're trying to push Christ consciousness and apotheosis doesn't mean that Christ consciousness isn't the right way to have your own religion. It just means not to have the one that they're fucking pushing.
They literally use the term Christ consciousness. The way they word it out. The Mason the other night. Well, the Mason the other night said everything about what you guys are talking about. The same way as that lady did, and the same way as what you are perceiving it as. And as a person with no religion, I find it very strange the parallels.
Yeah, well, they also, dude, you're literally talking about a fucking organization that has people like join up and says, "Oh yeah, we're good with all Christians. We're good with all we're good with all Jews," and then all of a sudden they're like, "Oh no, we're all Luciferian." So why the fuck do you believe what they say to you?
Well, you gotta understand what Luciferianism is. Luciferianism is to believe that you are God, and that is the name of the tune. I mean,
as far as the apotheosis, like we see with Napoleon and George Washington,
isn't saying they're God. It's saying, go ahead, Robbie.
Oh no, I was just talking about as far as the great work and the overall idea of apotheosis and man becoming God, and where that line is, Well,
it's like the Blue Lodge. All these high muckety mucks Freemasonry say that the Blue Lodge teaches that through the first degrees, and that and then it's talking about how the New Age religion would be the religion of the Blue Lodge, and then it does. I mean, I don't want to read any of these super long quotes, but I'll definitely have to try to sum it up for a later episode or something. It's very very. Because I mean, I've studied Cooper's work for 15 years, and he has had this book on his bibliography. He's the Dark Side of Freemasonry, and he mentions quite a few other books, and that he specifically warns that this isn't a new idea to me. This is something I've known about for quite some time. That he's warning about this New Age religion, and the blueprint of what this religion is that man will believe he is God or part of God, or it's all because that's why I use the definition of God as the one that created the universe. And that
but again too, right? You talk about all this Freemasonry. Who gives a fuck what they say? They're all full of shit. Anyway,
well, they're the ones. They're the ones that made the UN, the World Congress.
Let me ask you a question real quick. So, are we not God's children?
Well, it's the idea of what they're putting out here is I mean, it's set in stone in what they believe. And
but Clint, have you ever read any of like the Nag Hammadi or the Apocrypha, the Apocryphal? So the books that were taken out of the Bible because of Constantine, they are all about you. Like God is within you. They are all about. So literally, the Christianity of modern Christianity has removed all that Christ consciousness that was taught by Christ.
Right.
Well, from my understanding, though, from the John Allegro's book, it was a mushroom shamanism, and that the Christ consciousness was you eating the mushroom and the mushroom, flowing through your body.
So Jesus, being a high priest of the order of Melchizedek, they believe that there was this when you essentially, I believe it was when you ate the mushroom that you became what they called the expositor, where you were essentially one with yourself and everything else, and you were having the energy from Kether flowing down through you and energizing you.
Yeah.
I definitely think there's a link between the psychedelic state. I know there's many different kinds, but I'm kind of talking about like LSD, the pineal gland, and what kind of happens when you interfere with that particular. Yeah, exactly. That particular aspect of the brain. I think there is something Christ consciousness. I remember the first time I did acid in high school, I was like, man, this must be how Jesus was thinking. Jesus.
You got to remember the word Greek for Christ is oil, and it's, you know, long story short, the 1,000-year lamp, the fire, the eternal flame, and that the symbolism is where what I do believe in the symbolism, but I don't believe in the symbols as real things. I'm not quite sure what the symbols mean, but I do see a fitting happening with the symbol. I'm sure Rob could vouch, and you know what I mean, like the way it's the symbolism
templates.
seems to fit. Yeah, the template.
Right,
you can fit it over any culture's religion, just like how Jin is a master of this religion. You could take the Masonic template and put it directly over it, and it fits. And it's you know, it's a long study session, that's for sure.
Well, with the entire, you know, Western expansion of philosophy and religion, I mean, you have at its base Zoroastrianism and Judaism, you know, so it's kind of an inherent underlying like bedrock that people are like, you know, brought up and schooled on.
Well, it's kind of, I don't know. Have you ever, because I actually recently was going through Bakunin again. And it's kind of funny to me, too, because when you read through him, he's stating, what is it, the state in the God in the state, whatever. He is one of those, Bakunin. He was a communist who got kicked out of the First International because he is. But he talks about how, you know, as far as Christianity, there is no Judeo-Christianity because the Judeo part is the name Yahweh. All of the rest is just Greek mysticism. Greek, and when I read it, I'm like, oh shit, he's actually 100% on point.
Yeah, been absorbed essentially.
Yeah, it's literally everything about it is Greek, Greek mysticism. But then they took the name Yahweh. That's about it.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting to read that because I'll send you the link there, Robbie. But it's Bakunin, God in the State. So man, he's kind of way out there because, like I say, Karl Marx had him got kicked out of the First Communist International.
Yeah, sounds like a good read.
What I noticed in one of the Secret Society books, they said this whole group think thing. They said anyone who's an individual is expelled. Because they don't want no individuals. They want the group think so they can get to their goals and that.
The hive mind.
Yeah.
Exactly. Now let's go ahead and put that back, right? So you're saying anyone who has the individualism, well, Christ consciousness is the individualism. It's literally being one with not the community, it's being one with itself. Just like Aleister Crowley, what the fuck is his saying? Do what thou wilt will be the whole of the law.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's a
Crowley. Hold on. Crowley's Horus the Conquering Child is the Christ Luciferian consciousness. It's Horus is Jesus, and that the masses are being initiated into this. You know, I always use the example. You go to any New Age festival, any type of big show, you know, big concert, dubstep or whatnot.
Yeah.
You find you find some chick with the symbol of Osiris on her arm, the flower of life, which the symbol of Osiris is parallel to Horus and, you know, Jesus and stuff, to the mystery schools. And then you ask
Horus
her,
resurrected. Yeah.
You ask her if she believes she's God and she believes we're all one, and she'll say yes to both.
Well,
every time.
There's also
again,
the Egyptian religion was kind of co-opted by these Masons or people of that nature. Like Napoleon was obsessed with Egypt for that reason, because the secret societies in France at the time were just crazy about Egypt, and they were doing this for a reason.
Well, I think the modern mystery schools are perverting the ancient mysteries and it's driving the Orthodox people nuts.
Bunch of idol worshippers.
Yeah. Anyways, the point I'm making though is like, man, why are you so worried about what the Freemasons are saying? Because they're all full of shit.
Well, because Cooper highly emphasized, he does this episode called The Christ and all these other episodes about this subject, and it's all part of the Mystery Babylon series of the goals of their new Atlantis and how the symbolism of Atlantis, Cooper connects it with the mystery religion to
and
the book of Revelations.
Every single thing that they do is taking what is good and turning it into evil. So
here's the thing. From a non-biblical, non-religious perspective, from Cooper's episodes about the identity of the beast and the scarlet. I'm not I was never raised in a religion or anything, but this symbolism that he brings out of these stories, it's like it's happening in real time, and that like Cooper explains he doesn't know if the people are doing it all like that on purpose because they believe in it, or if it's happening like that because of some mystical thing, you know.
There's a part of the Bible that's key here. I think it's when like the Jews and other different nations were going around killing giants. There seems to be an effort at some point in history to get rid of the giants, like completely. Like even nowadays, yeah. So supposedly the Smithsonian will take their bones and hide them away and stuff like that. We got to ask ourselves, why are they hiding the existence of the giants unless it's tied to just a whole nother world of secrets and mystery and history that we have no concept of? And we got to apply that to other things too, like what we think are technological inventions in our current time, or what we think is actual history, et cetera, what we think about the world and space and stuff like that. I mean, you know, I kind of get into the flat earth stuff sometimes, and the reason I like flat earth is not necessarily that I believe the earth is flat, but it gets us asking some key questions about the world around us that aren't necessarily a given. And when we realize they're not necessarily a given, it's like, holy shit, these people are lying to us really majorly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, in regard to Freemasonry, right? When you go back in the histories, linking in the giants, as far as Nimrod being one of the first Freemasons, he was a giant. But as far as why do we care what they think now? Because when you get into the British Royal Society and the Rosicrucians, the foundation of the Freemasonic temples, and them being the genitalia for the government, and we see all these people participating with their secret handshakes and the way they're standing, and you know, it's so there's this intrinsic idea that they're pursuing throughout Freemasonry and governmental bodies.
Yeah, they lock people out of office by, you know, when I was going to join, I told them I wanted to be in government. That's what, and they were all fully willing for that. But like, the founding fathers picked the Senate clause in the Constitution because they thought that if the people in the Senate were a group that would pick its new members, that it wouldn't be corrupt by the secret societies. But then in the 17th Amendment happened after the Civil War, it made it so the people could vote who was in the Senate, which allowed secret societies to get into the Senate, you know, because the government wasn't
one
corrupt.
thing that stands out for me, and this isn't really like insightful to the conversation, but in the book of Enoch, when it talks about the Watchers gathering at Mount Hermon, it literally says that it's their secret society.
Yeah.
Like put that in context of what's going on nowadays and how long it's been going on and why it's going on.
Yeah, and the Bible is, you know, the Bible has the sin to have any blood oath or any oath ever, you know. So again, too, if you're taking an oath, then you're in violation. Not that I'm a biblical person, but I was raised Roman Catholic, so I know all their lies. But again, too, the point I'm making is, you know, the fact that they're pushing the Christ consciousness, to me, it just sounds like the Christ consciousness is the reality, but they're bastardizing it to try and usurp the power that is going to be generated by it. So again, too, like, I mean, I don't know. I've meditated enough and had some fucking pretty wild experiences where I've been in contact with things that are much greater than me, you, or I, or all four of us combined. And I don't think that has anything to do with fucking Freemasons, because they're a bunch of fucking piece of shit. But, you know, that's
when all those possessed people were stalking me, one of them kept saying to me, everything God does, Satan copies. Everything God does, Satan copies. Like, it was important for me to think about that.
Yeah. Again, too, even like with our guest earlier, when I brought up like the Khalifa, she didn't like knew nothing about it, but she's like, oh, if it's not created, then it's reverse created. Like, I don't pay attention to it. Like, again, too, like, to think that the Freemasons are coming up with something genuine and not actually trying to usurp all of our energy and all of our power is just kind of like a lost battle. I know it goes down on all that stuff, but I really don't care what they do. or what their game plan is, because I know they're trying to bastardize the good.
Well, the old Masons stuff was all about archaeology, and they demonize Nimrod in ancient times, and because he equates to Lucifer and the stuff, and like it's weird that Nimrod was a giant. I wanted to bring it back to the giants because there's a giant. What is that thing in England of the picture of the guy with the club? And he's got his arm out, and
he's holding a lion.
Well, he's not holding anything. It's like it's on the hillside in England or some shit. And it was weird because they just showed it.
It's like a big glyph on the side of the hill.
Yeah. Well, they dug up under his arm, and under his arm was a sheepskin apron. He was a Mason, and that.
Yep.
What if Masonry came from giants? I mean, this is a real leap. You know what I'm saying? But it was just so weird when Ralph Epperson was like,
"What's good, Raven?" I see them brought him up.
Hey, Raven.
Ralph Epperson believed that the 9 were 9 giants in Rome that were secretly. I thought it was kind of silly at first. I'm like,
I mean, I don't know if that's specifically what's going on, but I can vibe to that because it's obvious to me that they have erased the existence of the giants, and for all we know, there are some still left in hidden locations, like using their giant brains because they're huge. So their brains must be huge too. So they could be manipulating society from the background for all we know.
It's kind of funny that we're talking about this because right now I'm actually working my way through Gary Wayne's second book. It's all about the giants.
Interesting.
Because
one of the other
book came out earlier this year, right? And it's literally he goes through all the Rephaim and the Nephilim and the Avedissian and all of them, like all the different giant races that were listed in the Bible, etc. So
the Roman Empire was actually cleaning up the last of them. That's why they were going in there and killing the true Germans, which were different from modern day Germans. They're more like Vikings. They're tall and big and like giants.
Wasn't that Eisenhower with his non-enemy or unarmed enemy combatants? Oh wait,
wait. So what are you talking about?
You guys don't know about this?
No.
You're talking about giants?
Eisenhower pretty much had his own genocide on all the German citizens after the war was completed, where he took all the soldiers and he put them in tiny little pens, and instead of calling them prisoners of war, which means he would have had to issue the Geneva Convention, he called them unarmed enemy combatants. You can look it up.
Yeah.
And he literally sat them out in the fucking field to die. And he gave them none of the rights of a prisoner of war. So it was full dominance, full spectrum dominance that they talk about. So, there's that one. And then we know for a fact that, Stalin killed a bunch of Jews, Polish Jews at Katyn. And then that fucking communist FDR went in and said, no, it was Hitler because I said it was. And the Senate even came out and said Hitler. I mean, the Senate came out in the 50s and said, hey, FDR was full of shit. But again, too, we're led to believe that Nazi Germany was the safe and effective COVID shot, but, the consensus is all I'm saying. So.
Well, the thing about Nazi Germany that comes to mind to me most recently is a lot of these people, mainly people that believe the election was, the election results last time were faked, which they very well could have been. I'm sure all elections are totally fake, but they're using that like this is classic problem reaction solution. They're wanting to bring about a voter registration, a voter ID, and there's no way this isn't going to be tied to like some kind of
digital
beast. Let's try to stay off the jab. Let's try to talk about it without talking about it, if that makes sense. Like
I slept. I didn't realize right away.
But I wanted to bring it back. Oh, sorry.
Real quick, I do think this is all tied together. That they're manipulating the right, just like they manipulate the left.
For sure.
Yeah, in order to get that voter registration in place, and then every person's going to have not just a driver's license, but something with a chip in it that's going to have information in it.
And I think
the right is the left.
Oh yeah, they flip the sides. But I think when you look at this this immigrant problem that they've created, when you look at these credit houses and all the hacking that's going on, I think that all these things are things to lean people towards believing we need some sort of a, more secure digital, say, ID, because Trump is pushing it, the left is pushing it, the right's pushing it. They're just both pushing it in different ways.
Well, let's jump into yesterday. You see Trump goes back to the shooting location.
Oh yeah.
Sure. But then that fucking scumbag, Elon Musk, goes off. I'm Dark Mega. So literally after they wipe out North Carolina, which is the home of where they have all the lithium mines, this guy's come in like dripping off a fucking, and he's swinging off the short and curlies of Donald Trump. Because Donald Trump's gonna be pushing the electric agenda, man. They're literally gonna the electric fence, imprisonment, Freedom City is again too. I disagree with our guest, but again too, we all have our own opinions. The Freedom City is freedom is slavery, freedom slavery. Have it to go. Let's go.
Yeah, I don't even vote. It's totally unconstitutional. So why would I want to play a game where they're cheating? It's like
I know here in Ontario, the only time I actually vote is with our provincial elections, because if you show up and you say I refuse the vote, what they do is take the ballot and then put on there that you refuse all the candidates, and it's like a complete protest.
Yeah, it's a vote in itself.
It should be like, so you have to show up and say I refuse, and it's literally them saying he's saying fuck all y'all.
If it was real, it would be like a tournament. Like every state would have like hundreds of people all trying to become president. Then the winner would move on to the next level, and then the next level. The fact that
instant runoff.
Yeah, right now it's all about money and who has the most campaign funds and who's selected by the Democrat or Republican Party to be their candidate, which makes no sense if we're free.
Yeah, there should be hundreds
too, right? Because up here we have way more candidates. I was actually joking with some of the people I know. I'm like, fuck it, man. I'm going to run for prime minister because there has to be an election between now and October of 2025 sometime. So our elections are completely different. It's just whenever they call it within 5-year period. So
somebody in the chat is asking what you guys think about Bigfoot. I'll answer that real quick. I think Bigfoot is a kind of like a spiritual type of creature. The evidence that the Native Americans have kind of says it all. He can appear, disappear at will. He is said to have psychic powers. I believe
the psychic powers thing could be real.
The last episode that I did with Raven Kiefer, if he's still in the chat, in the last 30 minutes, I specifically brought up his from the First Nations point of view. So he kind of goes into it. The last 30 minutes of there's just 2 episodes ago. It was the one. It's just No Apologies interviews. Just look for Jonah Deep Dive, and it would have been like the start of September.
Yeah, so I have to wonder if it fits into the whole thing with the giants too. Well, I mean, it seems like it would.
Oh yeah. Have you heard Todd's story about Bigfoot?
No.
He says he was taking this chick out to this spot to make out with her or some shit, and he said all of a sudden something just started like running through the woods full force through all these bushes. I forget the kind of bush it was, but they're the kind that are about that thick, and freaking you can't just run through them. He said this thing was like like running through these bushes, and all the bushes were all snapping like crunch, 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 crunch. And he said he got in his car and they got away, but he said it was the scariest thing he's ever seen. I believe his story too because of that thing I ran into in the woods once where I didn't get a good look at it, but it stunk and it was at least 6 feet tall, and it was not a black bear. It was it had shoulders. I mean, I stepped in its shit.
You should have brought back a sample,
right?
I ran as soon as I seen it. I ran for like 4 miles.
I bet.
Well, in Washington, the Native Americans believe that Bigfoot was eating people, like he's eating humans. There's a whole area that was supposedly occupied by Bigfoots that ate people.
And BC, they have a Sasquatch Provincial Park.
Remember that story, the Odyssey? The giants were eating the people. I believe the Odyssey could be a real story, and that based on Troy being real.
Even if you go back to Genesis, right? The book of Genesis, they talk about like they're eating and they're consuming the flesh of humans.
Yep.
So I mean, that has another tax, but
yeah, that's a tradition of the giants. Actually, you see that in a lot of places. They were into black magic, they're into demons, they're into cannibalism, they're into drinking blood. That's part of the reason why the Israelites were sent to go wipe them out.
And the old English adage, fee, fi, fo, fum, I smell the blood of an and they would grind their bones. They talk about grinding their bones up to make their daily bread.
There's a dude he's like some kind of Arizona YouTuber, but he showed a clip of some lady that was in Mexico and found a giant skull. And its teeth were all ground flat.
Down flat. I saw that. I did see that.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was huge. I mean, there
was like 5 times the size of a human skull.
Yeah, I think they're real.
Maybe a little
100%.
more.
I mean, who else could lift all those big blacks and shit from those ancient temples?
Well, and how many thousands of texts are they talked about in?
Well, the other thing,
it's all the way down the line.
The other thing they consider too, right, is none of us were around 4,000, 5,000 years ago, and you change a 2% of nitrogen in the atmosphere, and all of a sudden we're growing to fucking 12 feet tall, and that's just a normal. But again, too, you change it just a few percent. It's kind of funny too, right? Because all these fucking climate change fucking retards, they're all like, "Oh, the CO2, man, you're less than a third of a percent, I think it is, of all the gas in the air." Like, why don't we start talking about like the nitrogen or the fucking oxygen, right? But they're not gonna do that because that's the gases that they're really worried about.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like if you look into the cryptozoology stuff, people are seeing what can be described as a pterodactyl to this very day. A lot, like more than we'd even imagine. They get seen quite a bit.
Well, there's pictures and books that are old that predate the internet that have I know at least one known picture, and it was about a mine. It was a mine, and it's just like the frog thing where they break the coal open, a solid lump of coal, and a frog is like, "Meh," and then it dies.
It's really
the same scenario where somehow these animals got trapped in stone and were somehow alive this whole time, and that. Because one of the scientists had one of the frogs live for like 2 weeks, and the frog was in stone that was supposed to be, like 100,000 years old or some shit, and it was impossible.
I've listened to this song, Metallica's One. I've listened to the song.
Wait, what?
Metallica One? Yeah, I've heard that song too.
Well, I want to say about the giants. Leonard Nimoy points out how there's fingerprints, like footprints, in the mold cat in the cast of the feet prints. They have perfect, just like our fingerprints. They have footprints, and they're individual ones. And any artist trying to make 1 million fake feet and run around the woods, there's no motive to get rich behind that.
Man, what about the Church of the Sepulchre or whatever, right?
What's that?
The Church of the Sepulchre. Have you ever seen the fucking front door on that place? No? I'll try and find it for you. I have a video of them opening it. Let me see if I can find it here.
Oh, as far as the size of the doors?
Yeah, like the door is literally like 20 fucking feet tall, and it takes like dude on a ladder with like 2 guys holding the fucking ladder. But this was just made by regular people, right?
But even where the door knob or the latch is so high that the average person can't even begin to reach it.
Yeah, I have that video. I'm pretty sure I know if I can recall who I shared it with. I'm pretty sure I know who. So I'll send it over to you, Dan, in a minute.
But on the Bigfoot thing, real quick, like a lot of people don't realize that some evidence of Bigfoot has actually been found. They collected hair samples, and it came up as unknown primate.
Primate, right?
Yeah, there was a skull cat
8 or so years ago, huh?
Yeah, there's a skull cap in a hand in India or something that had the same DNA test where it was unknown.
Yeah, I think just like there's also that little skeleton thing they found where it was like a little guy. It's just like that big, and they did DNA tests. And it was like a real person.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, my great grandparents found 2 of those in the UP of Michigan, and they mailed them to Smithsonian, and they never heard back. And there was a picture of them too in the paper, and my grandma used to have the paper, and it had the picture of them holding these tiny mummy people that they weren't like midgets, they were like, skinny and normal looking, and they were just like 1 or 2 feet tall.
Imagine if some like kids got a hold of them and like put them in an aquarium with a tarantula, like that. Just do like horrible stuff to like torture them. Leave the little people alone.
It was definitely weird, that's for sure. It's like,
well, even today there's pygmies. Pygmies are pretty tiny.
Right.
Little poison darts.
And I ran across one legend in Iran where there's this stretch, like this strip of land where they found a whole settlement of tiny little houses with the remains of like tiny little people that they said were about 2 to 2.5 feet tall. And like they had like all their furniture and the miscellaneous stoves all set up, so they were, and it kind of got just all covered over and lost and sand covered.
Well, they say that like kids that are grow up in these elite circles, Lucifer and witch covens and stuff like that, they make them read Lord of the Rings and The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe when they're kids, because supposedly that's more like the real history rather than what we're taught at school.
Yeah, Dan, I sent that video to you real quick. It's on Instagram, but the other thing I was gonna say, never mind, I'm a brain fart. Well, I sent it from it's in I sent the DM, but it's on an Instagram video. It's real. But
well, I was going to say, when you go back to the origin of these fallen ones that came down and landed on Mount Hermon, they basically took oaths and curses to come in and basically corrupt humankind.
Yeah.
So, when we look at, modern corporations and the food systems and the medical systems, like all these different things, you have to wonder, like, who's in charge.
Oh, yeah. Some kind of demonic presence or some shit.
Or the offspring of the Nephilim bloodlines, potentially related to like the 13 Illuminati bloodlines,
Yeah, the what's it called there, the eugenicists. But let's go into Iran. Here's what's hilarious, because I laugh when everyone I know, I'm like, Iran is not at war. They're literally business.
Yeah.
They're business. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this thing's
the door.
Yeah, because regular people made that back in the day, right?
Yeah, that's definitely pretty fishy.
It's like, jiggle that handle.
There's no real use for it. I mean, it's unless you're trying to keep all the hordes of people from Rome from,
Yeah, but they're on the outside going in.
Yeah, like so that's weird.
Yeah, but that's just a regular person. That's not a giant. It's just a regular person made that for sure.
Huh. So what if they have something locked in there?
That's the Church of Sepulchre. That's actually in Jerusalem City.
And that's where the true cross is?
I don't even want to get started with that, because don't forget fucking the
I know. I'm well aware of Constantine's mother's fanaticism. Yeah.
Hey, his cunt mother's name? I call Constantine, but his mother was Helene, right?
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken, his mother was Helene, like this storm. I could be wrong.
She created the tourism to bring the pilgrimage of the Christians to Jerusalem.
Yeah, she's the one who brought the cross back to Rome, though, remember?
Yeah. How many different artifacts did she find? She found
she found it still
nails.
Standing there 300 years later.
She all the artifacts, she found them all.
But I still think what Bullinger brings to the table in the glossary of the Bullinger Bible at the end about the word stauros in Greek, meaning only single stick, not two sticks like a cross.
Right.
I think it separates Jesus from the solar mythos, and that it was a different mythos completely. Then, because the Illuminists all want to make it the solar mythos, but I don't think it was.
Again, it would be polar versus solar, right? So poles and holes. What's his name? Symbolic Studies. He always goes in on that, poles versus holes. But at the end of the day, like, the heliocentric, the philosophy, that all comes from fucking Jesuits too, right? Copernicus and Kepler and all this other bullshit. Now my biggest reason why I would say not that I give a fuck is how am I going to change it, but my biggest reason is when I look at the latitude and longitudes of fucking locations. Like if we go Google Earth, you can't drop a pin north of 81 degrees. You can't drop a pin south of 81 degrees on the east or western hemisphere. If you look at Alaska, I think the border of Alaska is at 130 degrees west. So that means there's 50 degrees of latitude there in just the state of Alaska. Well, what the fuck are you telling me that Canada isn't 3 times bigger than Alaska? Like all of our northern,
you give me $70,000, I'll get you there.
And then the other thing is too, right? If you look at I think it's I can't remember, it's Anchorage or Juneau. It's only it's supposed to be 155, but then 180 is right next to it, and then there's the last 10 degrees just doesn't fucking appear anyway. Now on top of that, how the fuck did China find how did the fuck did Japan find 7,000 islands last year? 7,000 islands, but we're on a sphere that's enclosed.
Right,
for sure.
Right.
I feel like the Japanese probably know the Earth is flat, and they're just like, man, if only the rest of the world could figure this stuff out.
No, they literally found 7,000 islands last year. You can look it up. Just type in Japan, 7,000 islands. They literally discovered 7,000 islands. They're not fucking what?
Right.
When they're dropping Fat Boy and Little Boy or whatever the fuck.
Unless the sea level is going down and exposing new islands, But the Japanese, the story was that who was it? The kami, the original god in Japan. He took this jeweled sword and dipped it in the water, and then when he pulled it out, all the drops that fell out of it basically became islands. And they detailed the specific number in the old text. It's I don't know. I want to say 8 or 12,000 or something like that. There's a lot of islands in that Pacific archipelago.
No, but I'm saying last year it was a news story that they found 7,000 islands.
New ones, yeah.
New ones.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's the only place that's going to be safe once this World War III shit banned.
The USA and Jesuits didn't bomb the fuck out of that country and didn't have to see those islands, right?
Islands, yeah. You got to wonder. So now at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre,
when they're dropping those fake bombs,
the Bikini Atoll films that they did at Lookout Mountain there, now the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, right? They have the bone. They include a bone from John the Baptist, the hand of Mary Magdalene, and a remnant of the quote unquote true cross.
Wow.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the relic of St. John?
Oh, maybe.
Wonder if so the reliquary or a reliquary so basically if you're into the Catholic Church is fucking pure Satanist, but very bullshit. It has nothing to do with any shit that's in the Bible, right? But they have 4 different enclosed heads that they say are the head of the St. John.
Oh yeah.
St. John or John the Baptist?
Well, check this out. Theoretically,
it's John the Baptist.
Well, say someone was a saint
from the New Testament.
Say someone was a saint. According to witchcraft, you could take a piece of that person's body and
Yes.
turn it into like a potion.
Yeah.
And it
Well,
would do
man,
something.
Have you,
They
guys
have-
seen, have you guys seen the movie Warlock when he makes the flying potion out of that little kid's fat?
No.
That's like real occult shit. Like, that's a real spell.
That's weird.
I'll save you the other time and ask you if it's a movie. I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
It's on
So
Amazon.
now
It's an older movie.
there's actually a
No,
department.
like I haven't watched movies since like there we go.
A grip.
I haven't watched movies since about the 90s. Like I might watch once in a while. So, but the chances are,
I think it's the 80s.
yeah,
movie.
no, I don't.
It is.
Hey
It
Dan,
has
you want
Lord
to bring
Singer in
open
it.
the? You want to bring open the
We
one
can
that
still-
I just shared with you?
Yeah, give me a second. Man.
I'm sure you can still remember the
Yeah.
90s, though, right? Oh yeah, that
So,
one.
Yeah,
I
John
don't
the
know about that.
Baptist. And well, there's actually been 4 separate John the Baptist heads that have been found in different places.
Yeah,
The
there's
Templars.
4. This is the one that's in.
It's the 32nd degree.
This is the one that's in Rome, right? There's another in Aleppo. There's another in Damascus, and I forget where
Right.
the 4th one is. So this
Right.
motherfucker has
One of
4
them's
heads.
in the.
Kind of sounds like
one of
sauce,
them's
if you
in-
ask me. Or Avatar.
Yeah, one of them's in the archives of the Vatican. The one that they took from the Templars.
Oh yeah.
People
Yeah.
actually collect
No,
this
this is
shit.
the one in Rome. There's
Well, look at the
I don't
the
know about
skull.
the one in the Vatican. There might be another one, but who knows, right?
Yeah.
the skull and the bone.
This one
skull
is
and
the San
crossbones
Silvestre
collect skulls
in
too.
Rome.
Oh yeah.
Well-
Skull and Bones. They have Geronimo. They have the skull of one. What was it? Like Humphrey. But yeah, they have several different skulls that they've amassed in the collection there at Yale.
And
Yeah,
the head of John the Baptist is significant because supposedly the Templars were doing that spell, as you
Right.
guys probably know, where they stuck his head on a pike and then started talking
Yes.
to it.
As a teraphim. Yeah.
Now,
yeah.
here's what's
Look,
really
well, the
interesting though, too. When you go with Elvis Levi or whatever, they talk about how the head had 3 faces, right? Now look at this jar real close.
Yeah.
If I zoom in on
Pope
it.
Muhammad.
Tell me it
Pope
don't look like it
Muhammad.
has 3 fucking faces.
The
No, I'm talking about
if
the face in the jar though.
no, the 3 faces. That's Pope Muhammad in Templarism. It's the
And-
3
No,
faces.
but I'm saying this one here.
through
I need to zoom
through a
actually.
cipher. Yeah, through a cipher, Baphomet is Muhammad. If you look it up in the English dictionary, if you look up Baphomet, it says Muhammad.
That's
Interesting.
weird.
Yeah, it's a bastardization.
That's really good.
Again, this is like the last time, man. Like they're screwing it up, but you can kind of see how
Yeah.
it's 3 faces. But man, like,
Yeah.
this is like last time when I was looking at Basher Banapal, and then we took our break and I came back.
Well,
You know,
in
they distorted
Freemason,
photos.
in Freemasonry and witchcraft, there's a degree. I don't know which degree it is in witchcraft, but there's the degree which I'm pretty sure it's 32nd Freemasonry, where you drink from a skull. And you
Mhm.
say that you will accept the sins of the skull from you drink and much more, or some shit. I don't remember the
Yeah,
exact words, but
drinking from a skull is a major part of the black magic world. Like any good black magician is going to have some kind of cut made out of a skull.
Skull. Yeah.
well, I do believe that this is why that's why they had the skull is from John the Baptist. That's whose skull it is, or it's the skull of what's his name, the supposed betrayer,
Judas.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you look here though, like this one has been in this church since 1192 or 1194. It says so. You know, they have multiples of them, right? You know, and then all the different. So they call that a relics or then.
Right.
Man, that's just
Well,
perfect fun.
Now, the Vatican actually has a department of relics where whenever there's a new church or holy site that they're going to open up, they actually take a piece of one of the saints and send it off to this new place and put it under the altar as basically carrying the spirit that will animate the building itself.
Yeah, I just typed in the word reliquary because that's what they're actually called.
Right,
So I
right,
just
but
typed
that's
it
still
in,
active.
You know, like,
to the Masons, the temple is it's a inorganic dwelling place for a spirit. That's why the Masonic temple is the dwelling place of that Quillipoth, or I can't remember how you pronounced it, but I don't know how to pronounce it correctly. But
it depends what you call it, right? Because if you go back right now,
well,
right
so
now it's Khalipa or Khalipoth, right? Lippoth or whatever.
From what I've read in the Mason
but
books,
if you go back to like the Lurianic Kabbalah,
right?
Well, I wanted to say real quick, their tabernacle and their symbologies and stuff. I don't know if it's symbolism or real, but they show the tabernacle, and above it they show the upside down pentagram, and then they say that's the Qiploth, and that they have the number 66, and it's very interesting. I'm not sure what. I would assume the symbolism goes back to Isis.
Well, that's the Sephirothic tree.
With the
you have the good one, and then you have the mirror image underneath.
The mirror image,
it could be a Sephiroth, the upside down star.
Yeah, but with that, right, it was the Lurianic Kabbalah that really made that one first come big, right? And that's when after Isaac Luria, then you had Sabbatai Sevi was his big disciple. Then you had Jacob Frank, who was the disciple.
Frank
of
after,
Sevi, right?
Do you say
I mean, that was all
like the Sabadian Jews?
Yes.
That whole thing is like they're following a cult leader, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's more to it.
Kanagi. It's weird that Freemason that came on the podcast the other night, who was defending a bunch of stuff that I didn't approve of.
That dude sounds like a plant.
Well, he definitely seemed like he was,
really... why did he randomly find your channel and start fucking with you? That so sounds like one of these people that I run into. Like these,
he didn't. Well, he was polite, but he didn't. First of all, I'm pretty sure I had in the description no closet Nazis and no closet Marxists for Collins, and so right off the bat he's like blah 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 race, and I'm like, bro, there's only one race, the human race, and he got all mad about it because I knew he was a closet Nazi, and these people are weird. I forget, Hyperborean. What his name was? Angry Hypoborean or something like that. And he was. I knew what he was gonna say from the word go. And fucking when I brought up the great work and witchcraft and all this stuff, he was so. He's like, oh, that's not true. And then when I brought up the Albert Pike book. Yeah. And he's all quoting it, thinking he knows all about it. And then he's, oh, I haven't read that page. And it's like, I'm not sitting here whistling Dixie. I'm trying to fucking show you the real shit and fucking,
Yeah, yesterday, or not yesterday, but a few days ago when I was coming home from work, I was driving and I see this car and it's got a Lucifer sigil on the back, and then it's got anime shit all over it. I'm just thinking, my God, this guy is, he doesn't even know what he's getting into or what that sigil means or the power of it or anything like that. And he's got all this anime stuff. Man, this nerd doesn't know what the fuck he's fucking with.
Just thinks it's cool.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's it's either one or two, this guy Clint's talking about. It's an agent or a disinfo agent type of shill type of person, or it's just one of these young people that's getting into occult mysticism and just has no idea of the full spectrum.
He seemed pretty well versed. I was bringing up a bunch of huge random points about stuff that were all totally unrelated, and he was like, oh, that's in so and so's book, and it's and he's saying he agreed with me on all these different points. I'm like, well, why don't you trust me that Nazis are fucking evil and they're all part of this eugenicist thing? That the same thing happened in France, the revolution, and Russia, and fucking and Germany, China. And it's crazy. The amount of people just in France was 9 million that the Illuminati, put to the gavels. And
and the Nazis are a classic example of them not doing things themselves and always controlling some kind of force within the world, and that's what they're doing today with the Zionists and Israel and all that. They're kind of hiding.
Well, the Nazi religion was the Illuminati religion and open. Their Anglo-Saxon Aryan thing, it's real. It's not some of, that's why I'm against using the term white supremacist, because it's not, the Irish are not co-signing onto this. You see, these are not, these are Anglo-Aryan.
Yeah, I gotta disagree with it. I
Well,
gotta
the British
disagree with something
Israelism.
because, like,
Well, who do you think wrote the
no.
protocols
I'm
of
saying when it
Zion?
comes to like
The Crown.
no, but what I'm talking about is when we talk about like the Nazi Germany. Remember, the same people that tell us Nazis were 100% evil are the same people that tell us that global warming is a set science. You know, when
it
the
was a
government is
religion.
telling me there's a consensus 100%, I don't like, I'm not there. Like when they're telling me it's 100% set science, just like when they start telling me shit about Wahhabism, I'm
Hold
like,
on.
yeah, cool. I don't fucking believe a word y'all fuckers say.
Well, let me
So,
jump
I
in real
mean,
quick.
you
Let me jump in
know,
real quick. Like if you look at like some of these Hitler videos where he's like, and the Jews and they're doing this and that, and all the Westerns they think this and that, and we're gonna get them. They want war. We'll give them war. Like that. That's like powerful words he's saying. That you see how he's getting all the people around him like, yeah.
Oh yeah, but here's the other thing, right? Here's the other thing too. When because I see that meme all the time. It's like, be that guy. It's the one guy who's not saluting, and it's like, be the guy who's not saluting, and then now everyone's like, oh, cool, I'm gonna be that guy. I'm like, I'm asking, why the fuck is everyone saluting? Because even that fucking king, fucking mushroom head Trump he can't get his Trump cards showing up and doing the salute, and they're all fucking happy.
But
so
I'm
what
sure
was
you guys
happening in that country?
Well, hold on. Klaus Schwab, he said on TV, as the World Economic Forum leader or whatever, he said he would bring world socialism at a national level, and that Nazi means National Socialism.
Socialists,
and
yes.
that this was just the
or
Carnegie
does it mean
branch.
national
Hold on.
Zionist?
This is the Carnegie branch of the Illuminati, and each one of the first tier Illuminati members of Weishaupt's clan, they went and made these different movements that were cells towards the same goal of the Illuminati.
Yeah, see, they're showing us how stupid they are. It's all coded into the words, and when you break them down and learn the etymology, it's like, huh, what?
Yeah,
like,
well, that's why the Nazis.
What they're doing.
Yeah,
that's
but
why the Nazis burned books.
All I'm saying, right? Well, they burned the books about trannies. That's what they did. They burned the books about the trannies.
Well, the Illuminati,
like, it was one book burning, and like if you look into it, they're burning. What?
I'm sure you guys have seen those videos where they're doing those mass rituals, like they're holding the torches and the swastikas like spinning around, but it's all people holding torches. And they have these big effigies. That's all magic.
All I'm saying, remember who your fucking ally was, Joseph Stalin. So before we start saying that we were the good guys, remember who the fucking ally was.
Now, when you look at
hold on,
go ahead.
They were both bought and paid for by the same people. Sorry, go on,
right.
Robbie.
I was going to say, when you look at Anthony Sutton's work in regard
to the same people.
Wall Street funding the Bolshevik Revolution, Wall Street funding the Nazis, like, the British Royal Society and their ties with all these specific groups. And, it's all the same Anglo establishment that's basically funding both sides and pushing this globalist philosophy.
Yeah, it's just like nowadays they were controlling both sides back then. Like the Nazis and the West, the Allies and the Axis, they're both controlled by the same money grubbers.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, like.
But I'm not going to go out of my way and say that they were pure evil because, like, let's be honest. I've seen what
you're saying is they're not
has done over the last.
Yeah, it's a demonization and oversimplification, and Hitler was demonized, but at the end of the day, he's still a fascist asshole.
Well, look at the symbol though.
Wait.
It was a tetragrammaton.
No, let me go ahead and point out one thing though, right? Because they never actually talk about the. I want to point out one thing though, right? Remember in 1933, Germany's unemployment rate was at like fucking 35%. In 1938, it was virtually non-existent because he kicked the banks out of Germany. So I mean, I know he was part of the dialectic, but there was a reason that the German people actually supported him so wholeheartedly, because he was actually doing for his people there in Germany.
You see, this is where we can get into the Nordic aliens when we get into this stuff. Who was behind what Germany was actually doing, and then we got to question like, who were these Nordic aliens? Were they who they said they were, or were they something else?
Well, if I was to use the philosophy of Jesus,
then we talk about
know them by their fruits.
Bell, right?
Well, hold on, to know them by their fruits. France, Germany, Russia, China, they all destroyed their old cultures, and they created a new culture, and then they practiced the eugenics, and then they socialized the country.
China, Stalin, you look at Mao, Stalin, they all essentially were about wiping out the previous culture and bringing in, well, essentially sort of a great reset, where, and you also have to look at the time, the fact that it was also when money was coming into being, when the barons and the lords were being phased out, and they were bringing in the mammon system, as a whole,
Yeah. Like the German people,
right? Where they all met.
Well, I was just gonna say the German people are in a way victims of all these one of these movements, because there's nothing wrong with German people or anything,
Right.
I mean, I'm related to Kaiser Wilhelm II. Like,
this is governments and large banking powers pushing agendas and dividing up, for the sake of profits for the corporation, the corporate state.
That's exactly what it is, really. I mean, you gotta just consider it all one big agenda. That's what I try to tell people nowadays. Like, you're so hyped up and so into this like left versus right thing, and people get mad at me. But at the end of the day, it's just all Hegelian. It's all just problem, reaction, solution. Push this way, push that way, and it's just meant to get you to settle on one particular goal of these people's agenda.
Well, you got to understand this is why it's so scary, this New Age religion, to me, because what Schindler meant was about by the new man, the perfect man. He was talking about the illumined man, illumined by this religion that the Illuminati was bringing. And
but there was also some kind of genetic component to that, because they were doing breeding stuff. So it's like it has something.
But, hey, let's go ahead too, right?
What's that?
Let's go ahead though too. Let's not play. See, I'm not American, right? And I don't give a fuck about the education system too, right? But let's go ahead and take a realistic look at what happened in World War II, right? When Germany took over France and freed the Africans, did the Africans want to stay with French, or did they go with the Germans? And then America had to go in and recolonize Africa for the fucking French people. And they're still colonized today, because America went in with the Soviets to recolonize the Africans and give them back to, instead of letting the Africans be free, they had to go back and give them back to France.
I think
and during World War II, you guys have made moody pieces about him.
Well, not that these people weren't heroes in the big wars and stuff, but even before World War II, I believe the New World Order was already fully established, and that all these wars were just to gain territory
and eliminate population.
Yeah, because these are death cults. I mean, they practice death.
Even amongst the elite families and so-called Illuminati, they have their own differences and feuds and wars and things like that. And I think a lot of our history is their feuds in the background, reaching out into the
what do you mean in the background? Yeah. In World War II, Hitler and Stalin were both bastard children of the Rothschild family. In the World War I, you have fucking Kaiser Wilhelm, the Tsar, and fucking King George are all related. So there's three fucking, there's peasants fucking lining up to see which one of the fucking inbred fucking cousins is going to be the ruler. And
there's also the magic war between the Order of the Phoenix and the Order of the Golden Dawn. That was the same sort of thing, the inner.
Well, then you have the Order of the Garter, which is the big one in The big one in the UK, the big one actually in all of Europe is the Order of the Garter. You know,
Somebody
where
just did a
they have that whole
podcast
fucking
about
thing.
them. I can't remember who though, but somebody just did like a big podcast on the Order of the Garter.
Oh yeah, Selassie was.
Yeah, they're the ones that all the royal family belong to. They're the top of the top, allegedly in Europe. You know, the whole thing where they. I have a good book about them, but you know, a good book about that talks about them and some of the history. But again, too, right? You know, when they're saying it's all bloodlines, whatever. You even go to fucking, you know. It's been the same since the 1690s or whatever, the first Vienna Accord, where they fucking literally they draw, you know, they draw new lines. Just like in 1919, they came in, they said Yugoslavia is all one country, which made zero fucking sense because you have Croatia, you have Serbia, you have Bosnia Herzegovina, you have Albania right there. And then they say, oh, well, this is all Yugoslavia. And then they force it there. And then by 92, fucking Bill Clinton, like, you know, they have Milosevic who's really getting on board, so Bill Clinton has to go in and fucking slaughter a bunch of fucking Serbians and say that Serbians were committing genocide, right? So I mean, and again, too, the whole thing is it's all they draw lines on the map, just like in Israel right now. They draw lines on the map and then they want to change them.
Well, let me give another example. That's
And
like more of like a different sort of thing, but like this whole Black Lives Matter thing, like, yeah, this movement is definitely some bullcrap and it's very corrupt. It's communist, this and that. But at the same time, like the cops were killing people, so you know there's kind of some truth on both sides. But it's the agenda taking hold of it and using it for other things. Go ahead, Clint.
That's why the Constitution is so important. The rights, the right to not be searched, the right to not be pushed to the ground and not even told that you're under arrest. You can watch the footage. He wasn't told you're under arrest. They didn't say those words. And no Miranda rights. You know, we're living in a police state. We always have. You know, the whole world is going to turn into all this. You know, it's all going to be the same.
Hey,
there's like
fun fact. Fun fact. Here's a fun fact. What's the latitude and longitude for Minneapolis? Oh, 93 degrees. You know, that might be coincidence, or it might indicate it's something else, right? You know, because the whole that video kind of like the George Floyd one, that kind of all looks like why are none of them wearing masks? Why does this all look staged previously? You know,
why did George Floyd
clone
a dude that looks exactly like him and is still alive?
Yeah, why did he have like a Freemason bird on his chest? Why was it someone that he worked with at a bar that killed him? I mean, there's a lot of whole fucking shit. Like
they were buddies,
and it was yeah, and dude, like the protest started right down to like either it happened right in front of the Freemason Lodge or the first protest was right in front of the Freemason Lodge in Minneapolis. You can look into all the shit that goes on there. It's like
police have always been Freemasonic. They've always the judicial system is
the widow's sons.
Freemasonic. Yeah.
You remember that? What Rodney King? George Maxwell says that the real date of the LA riots, May 1st, which coincides with the May Day of the revolutionary religion of communism and socialism, which coincides with the worship of Moloch, which you know, this goes back to Babylon with these secret societies.
You know about the May King, as far as they would take somebody from the village and basically turn them into king for a day, and they would feed them, they'd get all the pleasures, and then at the end of the day they would kill them. And that was
just like the Wicker King,
just like the Wicker King, right? And that's where that's where you get the king cakes in New Orleans with the baby in it. Is you know, whoever gets the baby is king for a day, so you're the May King. You know?
Moloch coincides with the demon at the bottomless pit, according to
which is Abaddon or Apollo.
Which are another names for Lucifer. According to it's very interesting because it's like, is this all happening on purpose? Are they doing it because they believe in this, or are they doing it because it's some kind of weird mystical shit?
Right.
Both. Like
Flip a
everything.
coin.
If everything's just like a giant simulation and it's consciousness and this and that, then like in a way, fantasy is reality.
Right. And maybe it's the game script. Like, you know, when you go through Zelda, you can take many paths, but you always come to the same, you know, conclusion essentially.
Like just because we're here and we're having a conversation, it makes us real. Like what proof do we have that any of us in this conversation is even real and not a dream or projection or anything like that?
Rendering.
Well, I mean, some of the trips I've had before I retired from chipping over 10 years ago, I mean, I've seen so much weird entities and cities and weird shit that, you know, ancient teepees and huts and shit, like, you know, in the visions. And you know, I definitely think that the spirit world is watching us at all times.
Well, in is it the book of Abramelin? It says that there's spirits around as thick as flies.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's quite the ritual to have to go through all the miscellaneous steps, you know, to get your it's something about getting your other self to reveal themselves to you, and you have to like fast for so long. And I read that a number of years back.
That's interesting. That's kind of like the Holy Guardian Angel.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah. Terrence McKenna, he talks about how he thinks certain stuff like that, where there may have been a psychedelic protagonist, but somehow it was forgotten or lost. And so they're like, you know, it's like when you get a strike and you're bowling or something, and you got your hat on backwards, and you eat a nacho and take a sip of beer, and they're trying to replicate
all perfect. Yeah.
I think a lot of that stuff was going on in ancient times, and the Vatican or whatever force that took over made some major measures to cover it up, because they say that the peoples from like the Caucasus Mountains and all that, the Amalekites, they were Amalekites. They're really into potions and consciousness altering drugs and stuff like that. So the elite have had it all along. They just made it illegal for us because they don't want us gaining that knowledge or power from it or being able to use it for various means, because they're using it for evil things like mind control and making potions.
Don't forget the elite are the ones who were always the drug runners up until they made drugs illegal, and now they're the drug runners and also the what's it called? They're the drug runners and also the pharmaceutical
and the pushers,
providers. Right. Yeah, they also own all the pharmacies too, right?
However they say it, pharmacia. Like literally a mystical practice.
Yeah, and the rod of Asclepius versus the Caduceus, where one is fucking medicine and one is merchandise or merchant.
Barter and trade to Mercury,
The original recipe for the hash that the Hashim were using, that's kind of why my name is Third World Set. Not because I would do this or anything, but that they would put datura in the hash, and then they would eat it. And so the hash to them wasn't just weed; it was weed, datura, that yellow flower.
Right. They had several kinds of hash. They had like the cannabis hashish. They had a red hashish. There was opiates. You know, depending on
that too,
the mixture and the type of substances, you get the different color.
That sounds like some good stuff. Like
they just
and hash mixed together.
Right.
Yeah, they'd throw everything they could in there, and then they would feed it to the initiate, and then bring them to a room with a river of milk and like all these naked women, and that's where that whole Islam thing about.
I'm not leaving that tent.
Yeah, so they would actually go in and they would have guys buried up to their necks with like fake platters, and they would like, you know, be like, this is the guy you were just talking to. Now his head's here. And then after the initiate would go back to sleep, they would actually take that guy out of the hole and cut his head off and put it on a pike. So when he came to, he would be like, I was just talking to that guy, you know, and now so he has this disassociation, you know, trauma based, you know.
It's to prove to the other initiates that the masters of the order have the supernatural powers
to enter and exit the kingdoms of the higher realms. Yes.
Yeah, it's definitely a trick craft. There's stage magicians in some aspects. I do think there's ancient real mysteries, but
and when you get into
suicide bombers today, they think they're going to go to paradise and get a bunch of virgins.
That's what I was going to say.
They
When you
did,
get into the actions of these
Yeah, there
people,
you
they would actually go out and they would make like they would work their way up in certain political circles, and then once they got next to the leader or whoever they were, going to assassinate in broad daylight in front of a group of people, they would like pull out a dagger and stab them in the heart for the public reaction, for the act, basically ruling by terror.
Yeah.
Since you guys were bringing up Rodney King, any of you remember this image?
Oh yeah, the conspiracy about that is laid out thick in Waco the Big Lie and Waco the Big Lie 2.
No, but here you go, right? If you look too, right? I think I like their flag here, the Star of David. But if you zoom in, this is allegedly like some white supremacist group, but yet here they are, Rodney King. We understand, right? So as they're being overrun by tanks, here they are. They're the ones that are coming out and saying that they're supporting Rodney King, right? Now, if you want some interesting reading, the Unwarranted Warrant is a great piece of document about how there was literally no reason to ever walk in there.
I haven't read that
again, too, right? If you can bring up Rodney King, we can't forget that, like the branch Davidians were there. Now, here's the other thing, too, and I always like to point this out because it's really interesting. Because if you go with the old Babylonian calendar, or if you go with the old calendar, right? April's the first month, so 119 is 9/11 in reverse. What was the year of 93? So then all of a sudden, a couple of years later, let's not skip ahead. So you have 11993, right? Then you have Agent Bill Hicks shows up before he becomes his alter identity. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, then he goes out and he becomes his alter identity, and he comes out in June of 2001 saying, "Oh, that's going to happen. They're going to come to towers." Yep. So that's 9/11/93 using today's calendar. And, Agent Bill Hicks is there. All of a sudden, Bill Cooper gets assassinated right afterwards. And then he goes to Bohemian Grove.
Right.
That fat fucking silverback on fucking methamphetamines manages to sneak into the Bohemian Grove.
And Bill Cooper specifically, came out with, I think it was 3 episodes about Hicks's, intel links.
Yeah.
There was the Cooper says that at the Waco thing that the lady who was the governor at the time wore the upside down star on her, and I've got a picture of it. And that the person who he said the whole acronym agency that was there was technically ran and controlled by the UN.
Oh, and don't forget to
he said at the end the agents bowed to the flames, and that the ATF director admitted, which I've got an audio of it on my channel, that Cooper did a whole episode about. The ATF director admitted that they burned them.
But don't forget too, the 93 was also the first attack on the World Trade Center. Well, but again, too, just coincidental, Flight 93 happens, and they had the first attack in the year 93. Like, get the fuck out of here. But the other thing, I'll go ahead again too. Shout out to old late Don McGard when he was on that book I brought up by. I don't give a fuck what Bill Cooper says about what happened in Oklahoma or in Waco, because Cody Snellgress has a lot of information in there when I don't necessarily want to give it all out or misquote any of it. But there was the same sniper that was at this location that was at Oklahoma City that was also at fucking Ruby Ridge. It's all part of Operation PACON.
The Asian dude?
No, the sniper. There was also a fucking the had an agent that was there too. That was
Asian. The guy that shot Randy Weaver's wife was some Asian sniper dude, and he went to court.
He was American. He was a white dude.
Well, no, Cooper goes over this in the names. And
no, he's a white dude.
Agent.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't matter what color it is. The point is that
Wait, are you guys saying Asian or agent?
Right.
I said Asian, but the point is that the guy shot the lady, and they didn't prosecute him in court because the
No, they stayed out,
ATF.
though.
Hold on, the ATF has diplomatic immunity because they are the UN, and the UN laws supersede American laws. Therefore, they could not be prosecuted.
They paid out in the civil court. I know that for a fact.
Well, it's crazy. It's scary. It's the UN's laws. Those are the laws of the land, according to the Supreme Court rulings. It's. I guarantee it. Canada has the same exact thing if you dig deep enough in the laws.
Oh,
well,
fuck,
guys,
Canada's retarded.
appreciate you and everything that you have to say. But unfortunately, we are hitting the 4-hour mark, which means that the show has come to an end. We're having a great roundtable, so I'm going to skip all our other segments for today, including the mind-blowing moment. But when we got a good roundtable, I say let it go. So I do want to bring everybody back up to do some closing statements and give their plugs. Let's go ahead and start with Robbie.
Oh, I don't know. Just live your life, love your life. Try to do what you want to do, and you know. But yeah, if you want to check out any of my other stuff, you can go to my Linktree, which is Marx, RMARX at Linktree, and that'll pull up all my MetaMindcast and my Instagram and all my artwork and everything.
Awesome. Thanks, man, for joining us tonight.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Absolutely. Next, let's talk to the troublemaker, Jonah.
Yeah. Again, too, I'd probably say the most consistent thing I'm doing right now is this, but you know, once everything settles down with Raven there in North Carolina and all that fucking lithium bullshit that's going on, him and I usually drop a show every week. It's audio only, and then, you know, I've done a bunch of stuff, but I'm kind of, you know, I'm living outside of society right now too, which is great. So I maybe not be taking care of all my link trees and all that stuff. So it is what it is.
I love the hoodie, by the way. It says ho.
Ho. Oh, man. It's an inside joke, but I can't really go into it on here because maybe I'll give away some information that I shouldn't, because, you know, maybe some people are listening. But hey, it's an inside joke. But I love it. It's actually, I put it on by chance in Canada Day, right? And it's the softest fucking, it's like one of these ones that they sell for Christmas time or whatever, all these fucking joints. But it's the softest fucking hoodie I've ever owned. I'm like, God damn, I'm gonna wear this every day. I don't give a fuck if it's Christmas.
Oh, damn. I might have to get myself a ho hoodie.
Yeah, it's super soft. Like, it's like that, you know, it's like that velour or whatever, but it's not like fucking cheap ass fucking Hanes or Fruit of the Loom. It's actually like a nice whatever. I'm like, God damn, I wear this thing every day almost now. You know?
All right, Jonah. Thanks again.
Yeah. Have a good one.
All right. And then last but not least, the third
Hey, what's
world
up?
himself.
Yeah, some of the stuff I'm talking about is Chapter 3 of The Dark Side of Freemasonry by Ed Decker. Oops. And that I think there's a lot of other good chapters in it as well, but that third one, but then this other book, Secret Societies and Psychological Warfare, is definitely a pretty interesting book. And that but yeah, that Chapter 3 of Dark Side of Freemasonry, this book, those quotes was making that Freemason very upset, and I had other quotes to back it up as well. And that fucking he was very upset, and he wasn't emotionally like distraught, but he was like, "Oh, that's not true. Oh, you know, there's no authorities of Freemasonry." You know, even though these people are all 33rd degree Masons, and they're, you know, thought of as high up muckety mucks and highly revered. It's very interesting because there does. And don't get me wrong, there just seem to be two masonries, an ancient and then a modern that is Illuminism, which conflicts with all the old ancient stuff. But anyways, yeah, Third World Assassin is the YouTube and Twitter, and then listen to William Cooper. That's a lot of my uploads are just William Cooper. You know, I've been uploading him for like 15 years, and his research is
intense. It goes places that nobody else takes it to, and it's fucked up. But yeah, I'm pretty much done there.
Awesome. Thanks for joining
Peace.
us. Peace. Alrighty. Man, what a great show. Great guest, great roundtable. Like I said, I'm gonna skip all the other stuff because I gotta watch the time. I mean, 4 hours is already too much. Like even a radio show on terrestrial radio has commercials. It's not like 4 hours continuously. And I know people want to listen to a digestible show. So and I do get that people love the 5-6 hour shows too, but we want to keep it digestible by the mainstream. And the mainstream is important because those are the people that aren't woken up and they need to hear this stuff the most. So we don't want to alienate the casuals, as they say. But I had a great time. Clint says he had a great time over in the chat. I think everybody's going to enjoy this episode. And hey, it's going great. Better than ever. Please donate to the show. Help keep the train moving. Go to endofdaysradio.com and click donate. And you could donate $5, $10, $20. It's all very welcome and definitely helps move things along. I had some new stuff to talk about. Like I said, I'm not gonna get into it this time, but just real quick, the Israel situation is incredibly scary. The end of days, definitely, it's gonna get worse. This is World War III. I don't know what more you need to see. I mean, we have war being fought in 2 places. That's a world war. When there's a third one, will you guys out there admit it? There's a longshoreman strike that's affecting people quite a bit. Definitely making the already bad shrinkflation even worse. Apparently, Joker 2, the sequel to the first Joker movie, the Joker exclusive movie, meaning it was actually about the Joker. The sequel with Lady Gaga, the consensus seems to be it's not a very good movie. I haven't seen it myself, but really disappointed to hear that. It was one of the only movies I was really looking forward to. I like Lady Gaga too. I like her music. I know she's a Luciferian witch and all that, and probably some kind of blood drinking cannibal, allegedly. I still think some of her songs are pretty good. Trump says he will not run again if he loses. Well, I don't know how he would. He'd probably be in his 90s. Maybe he's taking that into consideration. Will he win this time? I don't know. It seems like the first female president could be part of the agenda. That makes sense to me. Max Cole says that Joker was wild, creative, liked the acting, but they should have made a villain movie. I agree. From what I heard, it seems that it was really lacking in the sort of Harley Quinn, Joker, killing spree type of thing that they wanted. They wanted something like Natural Born Killers, and what everybody got was, I don't know. I'd have to see the movie, and then I'll give my real, actual, solid opinion. Over sports, real quick. I guess some fans got attacked pretty badly at a Cowboys game. A couple went there with their adult daughter. They enjoyed themselves. It was the husband's birthday, the dad's birthday. And then they were leaving the game. The mom saw somebody arguing with his girlfriend. She was upset. She got involved, got between them. The mom, she ended up getting punched. The dad got punched. And then the mom got punched trying to help her husband. And then the guy kicked her in the face when she was on the ground. They're showing her on the news. Her face is all bloodied up and bruised. Just ridiculous. Like, man, you see so much violence at sports games. Like some of those things happening at soccer games in Mexico, or what you see in the UK. You used to see in the UK surrounding some soccer games and football games and baseball games and all the rest. A lot of violence. Enjoy the game, people. The Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul fight is getting closer. Everybody's really excited for that. They're wondering if Mike Tyson's gonna still be dangerous in his old age. Really interesting hearing the different opinions people have. Some people think that Jake Paul's youth and speed is easily going to be able to overcome the old guy, and others say that Tyson is going to mop the floor with him because you don't lose your power with age. We'll see what happens. Hopefully Mike Tyson wins. Otherwise, that's going to be really sad. The WWE is moving over to Netflix. If you watched WWE on Hulu, unfortunately, you will not see the replays of SmackDown and Raw. They are going to be, or at least Raw is moving to Netflix. I guess otherwise you'll have to TiVo it. And AEW, they got their new deal, so they're going to continue to chug forward. I think that's like the first good news that's come from AEW in a long time. Seems like there's usually a lot of negative news surrounding AEW, but the first positive thing, it seems to be that whoever they made their deal with must be happy with the results that AEW is getting, even though their ratings haven't been that great. I know that a lot of it's about the demographic and advertisers. So if a company is able to make advertising revenue off of a particular brand of wrestling, they'll want to continue to air their programming. But that's everything. I do thank everybody out there for joining me in this little corner of the Matrix, this grand simulation, this grand dream that we live within. I thank you for joining me by the campfire and telling stories. A lot of good content on this episode. Love having the guys on. They're all so smart, so well researched. And it's interesting hearing the latest stuff that's floating around out there too. This industry, if we want to call it that, this movement, it's always continuing forward, and there's always something interesting like right around the corner. Like 1 second it's all about flat earth, and then it's about the mud flood and lost civilization. It's always changing. There's always new stuff coming forward. Hopefully it's not all bullshit. No, I'm just kidding. Of course it's not. But it's just exciting thing to be a part of. The truth movement, the paranormal fringe, supernatural community, the foil hat nation. It's good to be part of it. A lot of interesting people, a lot of interesting things going on at all times, and I just love being a part of it. I love being connected to it. Love having a platform, whether it's podcasting, social media, whatever. I just love to keep on expanding it in every which way and continuing to explore the great mystery out there. But I hope you enjoyed the show. I'm going to let you guys go. This is Daniel. I'm signing out from those itty-gritty broken ruins. Thanking you once again for joining me. The Sunday thing is weird. I'm still getting used to it. It's Sunday night. It's like, who the hell is even up on a Sunday night, right? But hey, it's another original thing that we're doing. I'm Daniel. I'm signing off. Thank you, everybody. You are the wind beneath my wings. And good night.